Chapter 144. Blocking the door in the morning, threatening to tear down the door, and kicking the sword to challenge, Zhen Tingan's actions today appeared very arrogant. Yet this was very normal in Chongling. Zhen Tingan was like a miniature of countless Chongling youths. Everything was false reputation. Strength was the most important. When the swordsmen of the Qin dynasty had defeated the Han, Zhao, and Wei dynasties, Chongling had a presence where the sword was the most important. In reality, in the hearts of the nobility, the reason the Yuanwu emperor was able to succeed in his reform and control the entire Qin dynasty after ascending the throne was because he and the people around him had swords that no one else could stop. So many cultivators in Chongling respected Shui Wangshu now, not because Shui Wangshu was old enough, but because of his cultivation. Zhang Yi turned sideways, reached out, and accurately grabbed the hilt of the unsharpened iron sword flying at him. He was familiar with the personalities of the youths of Chongling, so he was not angry. He looked at Ding Ning and said with a frown, "Do you really want me to fight?" Ding Ning glanced at him and said softly, "Fight more brilliantly, not that I want to watch." Zhang Yi heard the meaning in Ding Ning's words. His worried expression finally disappeared, and he nodded solemnly. "You made a challenge so troublesome. No wonder White Goat Cave could only belong to the Green Vine Sword Academy." Zhen Tingan had lost his patience and said rudely. Then he walked to the center of the path. He raised the unsharpened iron sword in his hand and pointed the blunt tip at Zhang Yi's chest. The blade started to tremble slightly and gave off a roar like waves hitting the shore. Zhang Yi cautiously walked forward quickly, trying to get as far away from Shui Wangshu as possible. At the same time, he shot a look at Shen Yi, indicating for him to take care of Shui Wangshu. If this was an ordinary time, Zhen Tingan would wait for the opponent to hold the sword before attacking. But for him, Zhang Yi was not the opponent he wanted to find. Also, Ding Ning and Zhang Yi were delaying in his eyes. So he attacked directly. The seal scripts on the unsharpened iron sword were quickly filled with blinding vital energy and primal energies of the universe. An indigo sword energy slanted forward as Zhen Tingan moved forward. This sword energy did not slash straight at Zhang Yi's chest, but splashed to the ground like a clear stream and then spread into thin indigo sword energy like bamboo leaf. Zhen Tingan was a disciple of the Clear Stream Sword School. This attack was the famed sword form of the Clear Stream Sword School, Clear Stream Bamboo Shadow. Zhang Yi hastily swung his unsharpened iron sword in front of him. A slightly curved white sword light like a curved white goat horn blocked the thin indigo sword energy that shot upwards like bamboo leaf. But at this time, Zhen Tingan had charged in front of him. A shrill cracking sound covered all the sounds of sword energy clashing. A terrifying power suddenly surged out of the tip of Zhen Tingan's unsharpened sword and stabbed towards Zhang Yi's chest. This was Clear Stream Gushing Spring. Zhang Yi sensed the terrifying momentum of this attack. His expression changed slightly and he flicked his sword upwards. In this critical moment, his blunt sword accurately stabbed at the tip of Zhen Tingan's sword and caused the power of this attack to pass over his head. A hint of disdain flashed across Zhen Tingan's face. While Zhang Yi had easily resolved the attack, in this moment of contact, he could sense that Zhang Yi's vital energy cultivation was slightly weaker than his. Without any hesitation, the true essence in his body surged out in an even more turbulent manner, pouring into the sword and pressing down. Zhang Yi's body staggered and he took 3 steps back. The sword light from above split into 2 and continued to advance in front of him. 2 clear and deep sword marks appeared on the stone path in front of him and sprayed out dust. There was a tearing sound. A tear appeared on Zhang Yi's right sleeve. Zhen Tingan's sword move had ended, but the disdain on his face grew. He quickly put his sword away. Once he put his sword away, a vast wave of vital energy suddenly shot out of his body and collided with the vital energy and primal energies of the universe still stored in his sword. This collision was like a blossoming wave, suddenly dragging out countless green lines of water in the air. Zhang Yi's expression grew more serious. His feet were firmly planted on the ground, and he raised the sword in his hand. With another explosion, a slightly curved white sword energy shot up. This was the white goat hanging horn of the white goat sword manual. In this moment, the blue lines of water pulled out true blue water blades and shot forward. The thickest part of the white goat horn blocked these blue water blades like a shield. Zhang Yi did not move, but his body trembled slightly. A tear appeared on each shoulder of his robes, and fine beads of blood flew out. With a boom, the white goat horn disappeared. Zhang Yi took 3 more steps back. "You say you can win against me like this?" Zhen Tingan, who had taken a step back and avoided the remnant sword essence of the white goat hanging horn, pointed his sword at the ground. He looked leisurely and disdainful. Ding Ning frowned slightly. Looking at the faint marks of blood on Zhang Yi's shoulders, he said, "Senior sect brother, are you a masochist or an exhibitionist? You will wait until your clothes are torn before you truly attack?" Looking at his clothes out of the corner of his eye, Zhang Yi said in embarrassment, "I was afraid that Cave Master would say the time was too short and not exciting enough, and wanted to see if I could win with just the white goat sword manual. I had not expected the opponent to be so strong." Hearing the conversation between the two clearly not admitting defeat, Zhen Tingan's expression grew darker. He took a deep breath and did not want to speak. He only wanted to completely defeat Zhang Yi with his next blow. He swung his sword forward again. This time, the flow of vital energy in his body was even stronger, as though he was going to spew out all the vital energy in his energy sea at once. However, this crazy surge of true essence carried a unique rhythm. Waves of vital essence at different speeds collided and overlapped with each other on the sword in his hand. The pure black unsharpened sword in his hand started to give off blue light until it turned completely blue. Wave after wave of green flames spilled out from his sword. As his sword moved, the sword cut out wondrous paths in the air. Small whirlpools appeared in the layers of blue waves. Every tiny vortex became more and more condensed, turning into the shape of round pebbles. Zhang Yi's expression grew grave again. The Clear Stream Sword Academy had a mystic technique known as the Stream Stone Sword. The clear stream carried thousands of pebbles as it flowed forward rapidly. These thousands of pebbles were like a gigantic grindstone. Even if one could block it for a moment, they would probably be ground to death later on. Zhen Tingan must be using this stream stone sword right now. Feeling the weight of each pebble, Zhang Yi knew he had no other choice. He stabbed with the black iron sword in his hand. However, his sword did not stab forward. Instead, the tip of the sword pointed upwards, piercing towards the sky above. As he stabbed, many paths he had clearly comprehended in Ink Garden appeared in his mind. Waves of sword chi rushed out from the tip of his sword. The clear and faint energy charged into the sky, causing moisture and rain in Ink Garden. At this time, waves of murderous sword energy pierced the sky. What kind of change would it cause? Nothing seemed to have changed. Zhen Tingan's indigo sword light had risen and was flying over. Zhang Yi's eyes flashed with an unusual light. At the same time, his expression was slightly hesitant. Ding Ning looked at him and said calmly, "Do not be wishy-washy. Do you want Cave Master to be angry?" The moment Ding Ning spoke, Zhang Yi felt something was wrong. The sword in his hand that was stabbing towards the sky had already slashed down. At this moment, the aura in the entire alley changed abruptly. Shen Yi, who had been anticipating to the extreme, couldn't help but exclaim. Zhen Tingan's breathing suddenly stopped. He could feel countless sharp wills rapidly descending from the sky above. He unconsciously looked up. He saw countless sparkling and translucent raindrops suddenly appear in the clear sky. It was different from the rain in the past. Each raindrop in these lines of rain was connected together like countless small hammers hitting each other to spread the moisture to the ground as quickly as possible. Sensing the sharpness in the lines of rain, Zhen Tingan's face quickly paled. He let out an unprecedented roar and raised the long sword in his hand. The stream of indigo pebbles surged upwards towards the lines of rain. It was not that he wanted to block, but he could not dodge. The sword essence of Zhang Yi's sword had filled all the alleys around him. He could not reach Zhang Yi. Thousands of lines of rain fell into the alleys. Miraculously, the lines of rain that fell on the eaves on the sides, the trees in the alleys, and the other parts of the street only gave off pure moisture and splashed into water. Only where Zhang Yi's sword was pointing, where Zhen Tingan was, the lines of rain gave off terrifying energies and turned into sharp and unstoppable small swords. Countless dense raindrops pierced into the green waterfall-like stream, rushing out one straight white line after another. The sharp sword essence collided with the small pebbles in the stream and created even finer white flowers. Each small pebble had the unshakable presence of a rock in the water, steady and persistent. Yet these lines of rain were too long and lasted longer. It was just a moment of dawn, but the stalemate was like water dripping through stone. Countless small green pebbles burst open. The stream of water that was surging upwards completely collapsed and dissipated. Zhen Tingan's unsharpened sword was still swinging powerlessly upwards, but countless raindrops had landed on his sword and his body. Zhang Yi had put away his sword and the presence he gave off was withdrawn. Yet these raindrops had not dissipated. They hit the unsharpened sword and gave off dense clangs. Countless popping sounds came from Zhen Tingan's body. He was unable to stand under the dense impact and fell to the ground. His clothing was pierced with countless small holes, and his skin was covered in small bloody marks. The rain flowed down his skin. His tattered clothing was soaked, and his loose hair was dripping. His body started to uncontrollably tremble in cold and terror. How is this possible? What kind of sword move is this? He looked up weakly at Zhang Yi and asked with his pale lips. Chapter 145. Zhang Yi looked apologetically and awkwardly at Zhen Tingan, who was sitting dazedly in the rain. He did not know how to answer. Even he did not know the name of this move he had comprehended from the painting remnant scroll. This move is called Morning Rain Dries the Dust. Ding Ning's voice sounded. Zhen Tingan's body shook. As Ding Ning spoke calmly, he saw all the dust on the roof tiles, on the withered branches, and in the cracks of the stone paths had been washed away. Everything looked brand new. Zhang Yi nodded apologetically at Zhen Tingan again. Then he looked nervously at Ding Ning and asked, "Junior sect brother Ding Ning, how was my move?" Ding Ning glanced at him and said emotionally, "Very good." The rain falling from the sky formed lines, and the dampness formed sword essence. This was a thunderous and murderous move. If Ding Ning had been the one to use it, many things in this long alley would have been turned to dust. Zhang Yi was gentle and kind. In his hand, the murderousness of this move had been greatly restrained. As a result, the rain outside was as gentle as the spring rain. Yet, this change produced a change that even Ding Ning had not expected. The primal energies of the universe that had gathered in the sky did not tilt with the murderousness, but naturally poured in where his sword essence pointed. So while this move was still too gentle, and the sword essence could not be used to its fullest, the rain covering Zhen Tingan had increased in speed and penetration. So the same sword and sword form had different effects in different people's hands. Hearing Ding Ning's praise, Zhang Yi finally showed a relaxed smile. While Ding Ning was his junior sect brother, he seemed to have stricter demands on him than Xue Wangshu. Also, he had comprehended this sword essence after Ding Ning's reminder. At least, in this move, Ding Ning was his teacher. This was the first time he had used it against an enemy, so he naturally hoped to receive his teacher's approval. Shen Yi held a large umbrella above Xue Wangshu's head. The water droplets that were splashing towards Xue Wangshu were all stopped and flowed down the umbrella. At this time, he finally realized why Ding Ning had him prepare an umbrella from the start. He had not detected that half of his clothing was wet. Looking at the spotless streets, the relaxed smile on Zhang Yi's face, and Shen Yi's half-soaked clothes to block the water droplets for him, Shui Wangshu smiled in satisfaction and said, "Very good." Zhang Yi wanted Shui Wangshu to be happy. Hearing Shui Wangshu's praise, he was truly happy and his face seemed to glow. "You also know this sword form?" Zhen Tingan struggled to stand up from the ground. He looked at Ding Ning with a pale face and asked. While he did not know how Zhang Yi had comprehended this move, he could sense many things from Zhang Yi's expression when he asked Ding Ning. Ding Ning glanced at him and said, "I do not cultivate this sword form, but I cultivate more powerful than this." Zhang Yi feared that Zhen Tingan would not give up and said urgently, "My junior sect brother Ding Ning speaks the truth. If you fight him, I fear you will be seriously injured. So you are not cowardly, you really have the confidence to win." Zhen Tingan's expression changed. After saying this, he turned and walked towards the carriage. But before he got on the carriage, he said softly, "But even if you have absolute confidence in defeating me, it is useless. Someone will come find you. I know someone who does not want you to have a chance to attend the Min Mountain Sword Trials." When Zhang Yi heard this, his expression suddenly changed. He asked anxiously, "Who is it?" But Zhen Tingan did not answer. The carriage carried him and the other youth and sped quickly. Only the sound of hooves echoed in the street. He does not speak much after being defeated. This Zhen Tingan does not seem like a bored person. Zhang Yi frowned in worry. He turned to look at Ding Ning and said, "He must have heard something." Ding Ning frowned. The appearance of the Cloud Water Palace cultivator, and the threat to Wang Taishu, especially Zhang Sun Qianxue's changes after suppressing the 9 Hell King sword, made him feel it was hard to control. Now that there was such a thing, his mood couldn't help but turn sour. "What, you want someone to cripple me before I attend the Min Mountain Sword Trials?" Ding Ning sneered. "Regardless of whether it is Li Lingjun or other important people who want to do this for some reason, if they want to do this they will first pay a painful price." Ding Ning's sneer caused Zhang Yi to inexplicably feel cold. Shui Wangshu looked strangely at Ding Ning. Of course, he did not know that Zhang Sun Qianxue was Ding Ning's greatest weakness. He did not know that Ding Ning was anxious because of Zhang Sun Qianxue's changes, but he was sure that Ding Ning's mood today was very different from usual. Forbearance was something Shui Wangshu was best at. So he coughed softly and prepared to reason with Ding Ning. But at this time, a voice floated from the entrance of the alley. "High cultivation, high skill. Even if you are destined to win, it is useless because in many places, human lives are worthless. Some people can easily find people and use their lives to trade for yours." The speaker was a middle-aged man in gray robes. When Zhang Yi turned his head, this gray-robed man had just come down from a gray carriage. This gray-robed man's features were ordinary, but his hair was completely shaved. There were large tattoos from the top of his head to the back of his head, but it was impossible to see what the tattoos were. He had a presence that was even colder and darker than the officials of the Divinity Bureau. He seemed to give off a musty smell, as though he had not seen the sun for a long time. Or rather, even the sun seemed to avoid his smell. Ding Ning's sneer had caused Zhang Yi to feel cold. Now, this middle-aged man of unknown origins caused Zhang Yi to feel waves of coldness and fear. This presence was distant and unfamiliar, but in a few breaths, Ding Ning thought of where this presence came from. He took a deep breath. His expression did not change much, but he started to secretly change the flow of energy in his body. He deliberately controlled his heartbeat to be faster than usual. "My surname is Shui, my name is Yi, not E as in clothes, but one as in horizontal and vertical." The gray-robed middle-aged man had no intentions of coming back. His slightly gray eyes reflected Ding Ning's figure. He said coldly, "Ding Ning, I have come here on orders from official Shun to take you to the great floating water prison to help with the case." Almost at the same time, in a dark room, Mo Qinggong, dressed in indigo robes, stood behind a grey-robed official with his hands behind his back. This grey-robed official was unusually tall and thin. Compared to the slightly fat Mo Qinggong, he was like a turret. In front of him, there was a smooth, mirror-like metal bed. On top of the bed, there were all sorts of gleaming knives. Above the mirror-like metal bed, there were some hooks, ropes and other things hanging. Anyone who saw such a scene would immediately feel that this room was a slaughterhouse or a coroner's examination room. However, on a hook near the wall of this room, there was a body that was constantly wriggling. It was constantly emitting weak, but extremely mournful moans. The sound of water came from the wall. This was a torture room. A very ordinary torture room in the great floating water prison. Looking at the figure wriggling like a maggot in the grey shadow in the corner, half of his skin stripped off, even though he had come to the great floating water prison many times, even though the Divinity Bureau had a place for torture and interrogation, Mo Qinggong was still filled with discomfort. He is already like this. Official Shun, you have spent so much effort on him. What else can he not spit out? Mo Qinggong suppressed his discomfort. Looking at the tall and thin grey-robed official, he asked in a deep voice, "Why did you have Official Shui find that wine-shop youth to help with the case?" "Because I am very idle." The grey-robed official turned around. His face was thinner and longer than ordinary people, and his eyes were deeply sunken. In a dark place like this, he was not much different from a skeleton. "You should know that very few people are sent here. Since the Holy One has given me a salary, of course I cannot do nothing." Since he had sent one in, he would have to spend the next few months with nothing to do on him. "As long as I dig, I will be able to dig out something useful." He looked expressionlessly at Mo Qinggong and said coldly. Mo Qinggong coughed softly to ease his discomfort. Yet when the figure hanging in the corner heard the words "several months," he gave off a weak wail worse than a ghost's cry. The grey-robed official was naturally Shun Xian, who was in charge of the great floating water prison. He looked at Mo Qinggong as though he did not hear and said, "In the eyes of the Divinity Bureau, that wine-shop youth is not suspicious, but in my view, he is the biggest problem." Mo Qinggong's expression turned cold. He said, "What do you mean?" "When Bureau Chief Yi killed Zhao and I, he was present, and helped Wang Taishu gain a foothold. After entering White Goat Cave, he reached profound understanding in half a day, and then his cultivation soared. 3 cultivators like this went to assassinate him, but he did not die and killed one of them in one move. This is impossible for ordinary people." The grey-robed official looked at Mo Qinggong and said expressionlessly, "Too many coincidences are problematic. Too many impossibilities occurring to one person are also problematic. Do not tell me that the Divinity Bureau has investigated thoroughly, and do not tell me that Fang Shimu feels he is not suspicious." He lowered his eyes and started to show a coldness that even Mo Qinggong felt his heart tremble. When the great floating water prison handles cases, all bureaus must cooperate. You should know that I have many methods that you do not. Only when I see no problem will I feel there is no problem. Chapter 146. Ding Ning exchanged a few words with Zhang Yi and Shen Yi, and then walked onto the grey carriage that seemed to give off a musty smell. The old horses knew the way and did not need people to drive them. The 2 old horses pulled the carriage and slowly moved through the streets of Chongling. Inside the carriage, Shui Yi sat with his back facing Ding Ning. Ding Ning saw the tattoo on his green scalp. That should be Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. He held a pearl in his left hand and a staff in his right as he sat on a lotus throne. The entire tattoo was multicolored. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's face was benevolent and compassionate, but this color and compassion clashed with Shui Yi's presence and made people feel even more uncomfortable. The curtains of this carriage were not sealed. As the carriage shook, the curtains swayed, and much of the coldness seeped in. Sitting in the innermost part of the carriage, Ding Ning pulled his collar tighter. He looked at the two brown old horses through the gap created by the swaying curtains and tried to find a conversation. These two old horses are very obedient. Sitting in front of him, Shui said coldly, the disobedient ones have been killed. After killing so many, there will be some obedient ones left behind. Animals are much easier to discipline than people. For animals, death is their greatest fear, but people are different. Some people can risk their lives to do things they think are worth it. Ding Ning's expression did not change, but he made his heart beat faster. He said, I have never interacted with official before. I do not know why official warned me at the start. Shui did not turn around. He shook his head and said, do not have any illusions. I am just casually teaching you a lesson. Every young cultivator of Chongling is a valuable treasure of the Qin dynasty. Ding Ning grew silent and did not speak. Shui also did not speak and allowed the old horses to pull the carriage forward. After half a day, the carriage finally entered the outskirts of Chongling and the deathly stillness of the poplar forest. When they approached the low stone house built along the river, Shui spoke again. When we enter the prison, you have to follow my footstep. If you take a wrong step, you may die. Ding Ning's expression turned serious, but he still did not speak. He nodded to show that he had heard clearly. Shui sneered softly. He only showed a bit of his presence, but the two tired old horses suddenly sank into great terror and started to gallop. Moments later, they crossed hundreds of feet of flat ground and faced a stone room that did not even have a door. It looked like they were going to crash into the stone wall and die. However, in front of the fierce wind brought about by the carriage, the stone wall suddenly twisted and turned into an overlapping shadow. The wildly galloping carriage passed through the wall, suddenly plunging into a thick chill. The light on both sides quickly dimmed, and the sound of water splashing under the hooves of the horses continued. Behind this illusory stone wall formed by Yuan Qi was actually a flat passage. It was just that there were no windows on either side of the stone wall, and it was pitch black. Moreover, there was a layer of water at least 2 feet deep on the road. This was the water shadow path, the only passage into the great floating water prison. There were at least 5 kinds of powerful formations under the shallow water layer. When Ding Ning's mental power swept across, there were more than 5 kinds of murderousness under the water layer. Feeling the coldness in the unfrozen water that was even colder than ice, and thinking of the person locked in the deepest part of the water prison being in such bone-chilling water, Ding Ning stopped controlling his heartbeat and blood flow, and allowed his body to tremble slightly. With a splash, a patch of water splashed onto the ground. The carriage finally reached dry land. It was called dry land, but in reality, it was unspeakably dark and damp. There was a moldy smell coming from the cracks in the stone. After the 2 old horses set foot on the dry ground, they stopped moving, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Someone was waiting like a ghost at the side, leading the 2 old horses away. Only Shui and Ding Ning were left on the carriage. Shui turned and looked coldly at Ding Ning. Understanding his meaning, Ding Ning walked behind him. Shui started to walk, his long gray boots leaving behind indistinct footprints on the ground. Ding Ning walked in his footprints. The great floating water prison was the most heavily guarded place in the Qin dynasty. Even someone like Mo Qinggong could only enter with the permission of the person in charge of the great floating water prison. In the imaginations of countless people, the great floating water prison was a chain of iron prisons soaked in cold water. Yet the reality was not so. At this time, in front of Shui and Ding Ning, there seemed to be an enormous valley. In the dark valley, there were many black rocks that were as huge as palaces standing tall. This kind of valley and palace-sized rocks were not illusions created by formations, but real. But these rocks all faintly gave off the murderousness of formations. Shui led Ding Ning through the thick shadows under the black rocks, passing through this seemingly peaceful underground valley. Passing through this valley, gray mist started to spread ahead. They could not see the path inside and what it was like. It was as though there were wild beasts in the gray mist that would charge out at any time. Shui meandered through the gray mist. The path twisted upwards like he was climbing a mountain. After a few minutes, the light of some lanterns appeared in the faint gray mist. Below the lanterns was a patch of cherry blossom forest. The cherry blossoms were the kind of deep purple cherry blossoms. The cherry blossom forest was unbelievably blooming in such an underground environment where there was no sunlight at all. The dense and gorgeous purple color seemed to have seeped into the lanterns hanging in the forest. Even the flames emitted by the lanterns had turned into a faint purple color. Ding Ning's breathing paused slightly, and his brow uncontrollably furrowed. He was not faking it out of shock, but true nervousness. He had not expected that Shui would lead him through here today. And this place was truly dangerous for him. Shui stepped into the purple cherry blossom forest. Ding Ning stepped on his footprints. With this step, all the petals on the surrounding cherry blossom trees left their branches and danced around him and Shui. This was a stunning scene that could not be described with words. Countless petals danced in the air, giving off bright light. Yet for Ding Ning, this beautiful scene contained countless dangerous lines. Just like Zhang Yi and the others in front of the painting remnant scroll, if his mind unconsciously followed any line, these dancing purple cherry blossom petals would naturally give off special presences. Right now, as he walked through the rain of flowers, he couldn't help but look. However, these lines were extremely familiar to him. He had to look at these lines and not touch them at all, as if he couldn't see or sense them. Even for him, this was extremely difficult. When his mind was slowly pulled, and he felt terror rise in his heart, and sweat was about to bead on his back, Zhang Sun Qianshua's face appeared in Ding Ning's mind. I want to safely pass through here. I cannot let her stay in Chongling alone. I must pass through here. These 3 sentences sounded in Ding Ning's mind. Then, just like when he was cultivating at night, a heavy snowstorm swept through his heart. His state of mind became absolutely cold and calm once again. Blood One walked at the front. When he stepped out of the cherry blossom forest, all the purple petals in the air flew back to the branches like butterflies. The purple wild cherry blossom forest looked as bright as before, and had not changed at all. Ding Ning looked back. Looking at this patch of wild cherry blossom forest, he said coldly inside, Zhang Sun Qianxue is my greatest weakness, but she is also my greatest meaning in Chongling. Blood One continued to move forward. They passed through a stone path that seemed to be 2 abysses on both sides, and finally stopped in front of a grave-like stone room. He turned to Ding Ning and said coolly, "We are here." After saying this, Blood One silently retreated, leaving only Ding Ning standing in front of the stone room. Ding Ning carefully controlled the flow of energy in his body so that his heartbeat sped up. "Come in." A voice that seemed to come from a high place came from the stone room in front of him. Because it was too high, it was too cold. Ding Ning seemed to hesitate and did not dare to move. "Come in. Since official Shern has allowed you to come in, there will naturally be no danger here," a voice that Ding Ning was familiar with said. Ding Ning's eyes lit up slightly. Official Mo. Then he did not hesitate and quickly walked into the stone room in front of him. The tall and thin Shen Xian looked coldly at Ding Ning, who walked in from the door. "Sit." He pointed at an iron chair in front of him and motioned for Ding Ning to sit. Ding Ning glanced at Mo Qinggong next to him. Without a word, he sat down on the cold iron chair. Shen Xian reached out. He was too tall and thin. His hands were much longer than ordinary people. So when he reached out, his hand landed on Ding Ning's head. Ding Ning could not avoid it even if he saw it. His fingers tightened slightly. His power penetrated between the flesh and bones of Ding Ning's head and then relaxed. A hint of undisguised regret and melancholy flashed through his brow. In the history of the Yuanwu Emperor's ascension, he had been one of the people who had been decisive. Later on, he had taken charge of the great floating water prison. In the eyes of most of the Chongling nobility, he had either caused the Yuanwu Emperor's displeasure in some matters, or the Yuanwu Emperor did not like to use people who had betrayed others. Yet only he knew that he had not come to the great floating water prison because of demotion, but because of his own request. Because this was related to his cultivation. Where else in the world would there be as many powerful cultivators as the great floating water prison? Where would there be so many living cultivators' bodies for him to dissect and study? What's more, these people would spit out a lot of cultivation methods and experiences. So this great floating water reservoir was an enormous treasure trove. Because he had chosen this path, in the first year of Yuanwu, his cultivation had not been as strong as Yi Siling, or the marquises of Chongling. But now, he was stronger than many of them. Everything was false. Only strength mattered. Strength was status. Compared to vital energy and presence, a cultivator's flesh, blood, and bones could not be fake. With just a touch, he would be able to sense the strength of the other party's flesh and blood, as well as the degree of old and new of the bones. Bone age was the true age. When he had noticed Ding Ning's existence, and thought of the wine shop youth's astounding rise, he had an astounding thought, or even hope. If this wine shop youth was that person's heir, then his cultivation speed, comprehension, and fighting ability were all normal. If this was the case, if he could get something from this wine shop youth, then his strength and status in Chongling would be even greater. But to his regret and disappointment, this youth did not have any problems today. All of these reactions, even if it was true age, were absolutely impossible. Because this wine shop youth should have been born 3 years after that person's death. How could he have any connection to that person? He could not have received that person's personal inheritance, and some of that person's experiences. Because he was too regretful and disappointed, his mood was bleak. Chapter 147. After the melancholy was self-disdain. Shen Xian thought, he had thought too much. How could there be such a good thing in the world? Just a thought from him and he happened to run into it. It seems your investigation is not a problem. Tall and thin, he bowed his head slightly and expressed his apology to Emo Qinggong next to him. Emo Qinggong naturally did not think he had the ability to be on equal footing with him. He bowed in return and said, "Official Shen is too polite." Seeing Shen Xian's expression change, Ding Ning knew his greatest danger had passed. Yet at the same time, he decided to tell Zhang Sun Qianshu everything that had happened in the great floating water prison today. He wanted her to know that their enemy, a truly powerful enemy like Shen Xian, still maintained great wariness even 12 years after the Yuanwu Emperor ascended the throne. When something worthy of their attention happened in Chongling, they would subconsciously think of that person. Shen Xian turned his head and indicated for Ding Ning to stand. At the same time, he said slowly, the resolve of cultivators is much stronger than ordinary people, especially many powerful cultivators. They can even lie to themselves and separate their senses from their bodies. At that time, their bodies are like an unrelated bag of skin to them. No matter what you do to their bodies, it is like they are torturing someone else. So in order to completely destroy their resolve, you have to start from their mental level. I have interrogated the cultivator who tried to assassinate you, but I fear there are some things I missed. This cultivator entered the great floating water prison because of you. When he sees you, his emotions will become even more unstable. I have something to do. Ding Ning stood up and nodded to indicate he understood. Shen Xian turned and walked towards the wriggling figure on the iron hook behind him. A faint wave of energy came out of his body and entered the meridians of that figure with some fresh power. Ding Ning carefully controlled his heartbeat and murderousness as he looked at the cultivator who had tried to assassinate him in Fish Market. At this time, this cultivator had turned into a terrifying piece of red meat, but half of his face was purposely left intact. It was still possible to see his previous appearance. When that wave of vitality entered, this cultivator suddenly released an extremely unpleasant sound of breathing, as if someone who had been drowning for a long time finally breathed in a breath of fresh air. His one undamaged eye finally produced some light, reflecting the three people in front of him. Yet when he saw Ding Ning and Xin Xian's faces, this cultivator's eyeball turned blood-red. His eyeball was wide, covered in veins as though it would explode. It was a look of terror, shock, regret, and many other emotions that could not be described with words. Before Xin Xian could speak, this cultivator started to recite, "I am Zhuang Yonglai, originally from Jiaodong." Another wave of energy came out of Xin Xian's body and entered the cultivator's body. The cultivator instantly became motionless. It was as if even his emotions were frozen at this moment. "You can leave." Xin Xian waved his hand at Ding Ning, indicating that Ding Ning could leave. Walking out of this stone room, Ding Ning saw Shui Wen was already waiting outside. At this time, Ding Ning felt a wave of sorrow, his eyes slightly dry. He knew that the deepest stone room was not far from here. He even knew the location of that stone room. However, the saddest thing was that he couldn't even look in that direction, couldn't even carefully sense what kind of arrangements there were. He couldn't even let the bitterness in his eyes show in the slightest. He could only think, at least, as he had wished from the start. He finally entered this great floating water prison that had changed greatly. Following Shui Wen's footsteps, he thought coldly inside. In a situation where so many powerful formations had been perfectly preserved, there seemed to be only one way to quickly enter the innermost water prison. After entering the water prison, there seemed to be only one possibility to leave. 4 cultivators above Realm 7 had to work together. Thinking of the presence flowing out of Xin Xian's body, his gaze grew colder. He was certain that 4 was not enough. At least 5 Realm 7 cultivators were needed. But in all of Chongling, who would dare to enter here and defy the cultivators of the Qin dynasty? Ding Ning felt slightly cold. He shrunk his body slightly. Many of the flowers painted on the wall of the Wudong building had dimmed due to time. Many cultivators above Realm 7 were involved in this wall. But just like Liang Lian and forefather Zhou, who he had just added, these people could kill each other in his plan, but how could they work together for him? Zhang Sun Qianxue was in front of the wall he had painted. She did not understand the meaning of Ding Ning's flower-like symbols. She was not willing to spend any brainpower on matters other than cultivation. She only wanted to turn herself into a sword that would forget many things. It would become simpler and simpler, but also stronger and stronger. So while this wall had existed for a long time, this was the first time she stood here and looked seriously. Today, she had such a change because she had heard what Shui Wen had said to Ding Ning. She knew what kind of place the great floating water prison was. Entering a place like that, Ding Ning was likely to be trapped. She couldn't help but feel a little anxious. At this time, it was the first time that she truly saw the painting wall that Ding Ning had left behind. At first, she felt that it was extremely complicated, and it was extremely difficult for her to firmly remember so many grudges. But soon, her picturesque brows furrowed deeply, and an indescribable strange feeling rose in her heart. She could faintly see that the paths between the flowers were the paths of Chongling. One of the blue flowers was the location of the wine shop she was in right now. Some of the gray flowers were in the turrets that kept watch on the straight paths of Chongling. These positions were fixed, and there were many seemingly random and meaningless green leaves. In her eyes, they became the stationed and active tiger wolf army. Some of the intentionally empty places were best to avoid the turrets and the routes of the tiger wolf army. So this wall was also a map of how to escape Chongling as quickly as possible. Ding Ning had so easily drawn such a map with some hint. He definitely knew it by heart, so this map was for her to see. What made it even more difficult for her to understand was that all the pictures on the wall were actually a person's face. It was her face. While other than her, no one would be able to see it, but they had the same charm. But just like practicing the sword, it was not hard to refine the form, but the charm was hard. If there is no definite news of you before midnight, I will try to leave. Zhang Sun Qianxue took a deep breath and spoke coldly to the wall like she usually spoke to Ding Ning. However, at this moment, her beautiful face was suddenly covered with a layer of frost. She sensed a familiar aura. A carriage stopped outside a restaurant along the street. A carriage driver in thick cotton robes dozed off as he held a slightly hot copper soup. He was waiting for his employer in the restaurant. A light wind blew behind his head. This carriage driver felt his eyelids grow heavy. His head drooped and he fell into a deep sleep. A gentle power came from the empty carriage behind him. It controlled the reins, turned the horse around, and slowly moved towards an alley outside Falling Parasol. This carriage silently followed a man dressed as a merchant passing through Falling Parasol. After following the carriage through several streets and alleys, the carriage lost control and stopped. The coachman, who was sleeping soundly, suddenly woke up. When he saw the surrounding scenery, he was sweating profusely. He repeatedly scolded himself for being too sleepy and causing the carriage to wander around several streets. Fortunately, he didn't bump into anyone. At this time, the carriage driver of the other carriage on the street also had his head drooped and fell into a deep sleep. At the same time, a gentle power came from the carriage and continued to control the carriage to follow the man. After passing through several more streets, the man dressed as a merchant stopped in his tracks. The restaurant in front of him had its doors closed. Yet Zhang Sun Qianxue, who was slowly releasing a gentle power from the carriage, sensed a gray-robed man washing some horse gear in the back courtyard of the restaurant. She knew that this gray-robed man was called Jing Mazong. He was one of Wang Taishu's most loyal subordinates, and someone who had fought with Ding Ning in the street. At this time, she sensed the intentions of the man dressed as a merchant who gave off a familiar presence. After a moment of thought, she said coldly and softly as though she was speaking to Ding Ning, "Apologies, the plan does not change." In the next moment, her presence shook slightly. The primordial qi controlling the reins became even more violent. The man standing in front of the restaurant suddenly turned around and his gaze landed on the carriage she was in. Zhang Sun Qianxue's expression did not change. She controlled the carriage to continue forward. The man dressed like a merchant narrowed his eyes slightly. He gave off an indescribable coldness and rebelliousness. A slight scornful smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. Without any hesitation, he quickened his steps and followed Zhang Sun Qianxue's carriage. Chapter 148. The carriage passed through the streets of Chongling. The lines on Ding Ning's wall were of some use. This carriage quickly passed through the busy city and headed towards a farmhouse on the shore of a tributary of the Wei River. When the carriage driver passed through the streets, he was pushed by a gentle force to land under a wall illuminated by sunlight. He looked like an idler sitting under the wall and taking a nap. Looking at the leisurely speed of the carriage, the peddler who had been following behind the carriage all this time had a sneer on his face that became more and more intense. His eyes also began to emit a peerlessly domineering, unruly, and fierce aura that was hard to describe. Only a few great rebels in the world could possess such an indescribable presence of looking down on a country and dynasty. This peddler-like man was naturally one of the direct disciples of Cloud Water Palace, Fan Zhua, and Bai Shanshui's right-hand man. At this time, Fan Zhua could see that this carriage was purposefully leading him here. But in his eyes, the person in the carriage was just seeking death. The number of people in Chongling who could kill him was limited, but people like that would not exist in Two-Level Tower. Even the cultivators that Two-Level Tower invited outside would not think that he was from Cloud Water Palace. But these were just his personal thoughts. Zhang Sun Qianxue's thoughts were usually simple, but this did not mean that she was stupid. When the carriage drove into an uninhabited slum that should have been left behind by the duck farmers, she was certain that this place would not be seen by the nearest turret. She thought again about the lines on Ding Ning's wall. After thinking about the path she would take to leave, she slowly stopped the carriage between a patch of crude hut. Fan Zhuo followed the tracks of the carriage into this temporary village. Looking at the greenish-yellow or white duck dung exposed under the cracked ice, his brow furrowed, and he said mockingly, "The location is not bad, but the environment is too bad." Inside the carriage, Zhang Sun Qianxue also frowned deeply. She had always had a serious obsession with cleanliness. Although this was the safest place she had chosen, she still felt extremely uncomfortable when she heard Fan Zhuo's words. She decided to leave this place as soon as possible. "Why do you want to kill Wang Taishu? Is it because of Liang Lian?" she asked in an unusually straightforward manner. "You are from the warden's office?" Fan Zhuo was stilled. He had not expected the person in the carriage to be a woman, nor had he expected the other to say such words. But when he thought about how the warden's office did not have a powerful female cultivator like Yi Siling, he did not feel much wariness. Zhang Sun Qianxue shook her head and said unhappily, "I'm the one asking you a question, not the other way around." She was born in the number 1 old aristocratic family, and her temperament was extremely cold. Now that she was unhappy, her voice naturally carried a kind of biting coldness and a high and mighty coercion. Fan Zhuo sneered. His unruly aura burst out, and his body seemed to grow taller all of a sudden. "Are you Yi Siling? You dare to speak to me in such a tone?" He looked disdainfully at the carriage and said, "I fear that if you know my identity, you will immediately get off the carriage and kneel in front of me, begging me not to kill you. Cloud Water Palace is just a declining sect. You can roam the mountains and call yourself king, but in Chongling, you have to know how to tuck your tail between your legs." Zhang Sun Qianxue was from the Qin and a former noble. She looked down on foreign cultivators, especially those whose countries had been destroyed. She sneered and said impatiently, "Since you are wary of Yi Siling, then you should answer my question. Otherwise, I will kill you directly." Fan Zhuo suddenly put away his cold smile. A feeling of danger spread through his body. Since she knew his identity from Cloud Water Palace, she dared to deliberately lure him here. Also, he could hear the other's meaning in her words. She did not even care about Yi Siling. In all of Chongling, among all the female cultivators, who was stronger than Yi Siling? Thinking about the noble and insufferably arrogant aura this woman had been emitting ever since she spoke, Fan Zhuo suddenly thought of a possibility. His pupils contracted in disbelief. "Could it be that you are Zheng Xiu?" Zheng Xiu was the noblest mistress of the Qin dynasty, the empress of the Qin dynasty. At the same time, she was the strongest cultivator of the Zheng family. Hearing his exclamation, Zhang Sun Qianxue's expression changed. She shouted coldly, "Who is this bitch?" Fan Zhuo immediately found this absurd. Bitch? The other called Empress Zheng Xiu a bitch? And she seemed to be so righteous. As he found this absurd and incomprehensible, he felt an even stronger sense of danger. A fine layer of sweat formed on his back. "Who are you?" He took a deep breath, his expression becoming solemn. He stared at the carriage, his brows filled with viciousness. "When have you ever heard of Cloud Water Palace's people being forced by the enemy to say what they want to know?" In the carriage, Zhang Sun Qianxue's frown deepened. She started to feel that she was just as Ding Ning had said, not skilled in matters outside of cultivation. But she had always done things simply. "I originally did not want to kill you, but I coincidentally encountered you. I also do not want you to kill that person from 2-level tower. Since this is the case, I will kill you," she said. "You have a great tone." Fan Zhuo sneered. His voice was as loud as thunder. At the same time, thunder seemed to roar around him. A sword like flowing water appeared in his hand. At the same time, a patch of white cloud suddenly fell from the sky above. In the air, this patch of white cloud had completely turned into water, becoming a glowing and vast stream of water like a serpent. Fanjua's sword turned into a stream of water and slashed towards the carriage. The dragon-like stream of water in the sky also fell towards the carriage. At the same time, his body seemed to be pulled by the sword and flew towards the frozen river. His body was wrapped in thick water vapor. There seemed to be 3 streams of water dancing in the air. Fanjua's face was vicious, but his eyes were cold and calm. While his cultivation was Realm 6 First Class, and he was still a step away from Realm 7, Cloud Water Palace's cultivation methods and fighting methods were not something ordinary cultivation sects could compare to. Also, the closer they were to water, the stronger the cultivators of Cloud Water Palace would be. While this river was frozen, he had a way to turn it into flowing water. Even if the other was a cultivator who surpassed Yi Xiling, he was confident he could use this river to escape. Before the water arrived, a powerful force tore apart the carriage and sent the 2 large horses pulling the carriage flying. Zhang Sun Qianxue was among the fragments of the carriage. Her body seemed to be cut by the fragments. Yet, in the eyes of a cultivator of her level, the scene seemed to have stopped. A blue longsword appeared in her hand. The color of the longsword darkened rapidly, turning into a bluish-black color, forming a strong contrast with her jade-white skin. The bluish-black color was too deep, so when she held the sword, it was as if she was holding the world of the netherworld. In this moment, Fanjua, who was flying towards the frozen river, saw her face and the sword in her hand. 9 Hell King Sword, you are Gongsun. He finally reacted and cried out in shock. At this time, Zhang Sun Qianxue attacked. All of the fragments of the carriage around her suddenly stopped in the air, turning into countless crystals wrapped in blue ice. Then in the next moment they exploded into dust. The vast and enormous flow of water falling from the sky quickly froze when it was dozens of feet away from her, turning into blue crystals from head to tail. It stopped in the air and then crashed to the ground. Fanjua's life-bond sword gave off a shrill hum, but it could not stop the blue ice crystals from spreading on its surface. It was completely frozen when it was a few feet away from her and was sent flying by Zhang Sun Qianxue's power. Fanjua's vital energy surged out of his body like a great river and crashed below him. At this time, he was on the frozen river surface. His true essence was like countless waterfalls crashing onto the ice surface, causing a strange rhythm. The entire frozen river immediately thawed. The cold air was forcibly forced out of the water, forming countless threads of light that flew high into the sky and dispersed like fireworks. Boom, 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 boom. A string of terrifying explosions sounded around him. Enormous pillars of water shot up around him and formed multiple walls of water with him at the center. However, the river water beneath him did not dry up. It was as if the water in the distance had been attracted over in an instant. Instead, it formed a huge water whirlpool beneath him. His body was about to fall into it and use the water to escape. Crack, 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 but at this time, Fanjua's breathing stopped. He seemed to hear the sound of death. Countless huge water pillars changed color, all of them turning into azure ice pillars. A blue-black sword light pierced through the center of one of the ice pillars and stabbed in front of him. Fanjua's face was bloodless. He screamed and used the fingers of his right hand as a sword. A terrifying sword essence stabbed out of his fingers in an attempt to fight for a sliver of time. But his right hand immediately lost all feeling and broke. A loud smack was heard. His body shot backwards and embedded into the ice pillar behind him. Such a powerful 9 Hell King sword. I had not expected you to have such terrifying cultivation. But you cannot get anything from me. Bai Shanshui will take revenge for me. Fanjua's vital energy could not flow, but his face was covered in a vicious smile. When this voice sounded, a unique flow of water seemed to rush from his abdomen to the top of his head. Pew! A white stream of water gushed out of his mouth. This great rebel of Cloud Water Palace stopped breathing just like that. There was no more life in him. Chapter 149. The blue-black sword light disappeared. Zhang Sun Qianxue's figure appeared in front of Fanzhua. Looking at Fanzhua, whose vital energy had been completely frozen, but who had still used an unknown secret art of Cloud Water Palace to kill himself, Zhang Sun Qianxue did not have any pride on her face, but a hint of confusion and sadness. In the end, he was an enemy of the Yuanwu Emperor. Now there was one less. She hesitated for a moment, then reached out her hand and released a few strands of aura to search Fanzhua's body. She took out everything in Fanzhua's clothes and put them into her sleeves without looking at them carefully. In the next moment, countless invisible but real paths seemed to appear in the world around her. Waves of icy energy were drawn out along these paths and quickly dissipated into the world. All the blue colors disappeared. The icicles collapsed and fell to the ground. Zhang Sun Qianxue's brow furrowed deeply again. She knew that the distant turrets had sensed the abnormality here, and there should be cultivators hurrying over. But she was not skilled in many things, such as destroying corpses. She thought for a long time and then made a decision. A vast wave of primal energies of the universe came out of her body, and turned the shattered ice piled up in the surroundings into fine ice powder. The wild wind spun on the river surface, and filled all the holes with the ice powder. Her body landed in the center of the shattered carriage. The vital energy in her body should have been extremely cold, but as her face turned slightly red, she forcibly turned it into an incomparably hot flow. In the next moment, the burning vital energy gushed out with her body as the center, and immediately ignited countless fire snakes. The fire serpents ignited all the shacks, and a large number of fire serpents coiled around Fanzhua's body, burning him to ashes in an instant. Then, they were blown away by the strong wind, drifting to an unknown place. Zhang Sun Qianxue's body also disappeared under the cover of the raging flames. A few dozen breaths later, several black-robed cultivators arrived at the scene of the fire. When they sensed the remaining vibrating rhythms in the air, the expressions of these cultivators changed. The leading cultivator raised his hand, and a black pillar of smoke rushed into the sky. Chongling was enormous. While Falling Parasol to the great floating water prison was not far on the map of Chongling, even on the shortest route, a familiar carriage would need more than half a day to travel. They had spent some time in the great floating water prison, so by the time they returned to Falling Parasol, the sky was already dark. Ding Ning closed his eyes as if he was tired, but in fact, he was thinking about all kinds of possibilities. At this time, the temporary village formed by the duck farmers on the bank of the Wei River's tributary had long disappeared and turned into a piece of scorched earth. Several dozen black-clothed officials of the Astrology Bureau stood like nails, surrounding this area. All of a sudden, a strange light flashed in the eyes of the dozens of black-clothed officials with solemn expressions. Several carriages entered their line of sight. They drove along the dirt path between the crisscrossing paths and stopped outside the forest. Even though there was no wind or rain, the 5 people who walked down from the carriages still opened their black umbrellas and covered their faces. A white-robed woman and an old man who looked like an old servant walked over surrounded by these 5 black umbrellas. The white-robed woman was naturally the bureau chief of the Astrology Bureau, Yi Xiling. The old man who looked like an old servant next to her was the legendary strongest of the 6 academicians of the Astrology Bureau, Han Sancher. The other 5 symbolic black umbrellas naturally represented the other 5 mysterious academicians of the Astrology Bureau. Yi Xiling made a gesture from a distance. The dozens of Astrology Bureau officials who had sealed off this area immediately flashed out and distanced themselves from the sealed and monitored area. Yi Xiling and Han Sancher slowly walked through the scorched earth. In the end, they stood where Zhang Sun Qianxue's carriage had been destroyed. The 5 black umbrellas spread out, and carefully sensed the presence left behind, searching every inch of the ground. This process continued for a long time. When the sky was completely dark, the academicians of the Astrology Bureau under the 5 black umbrellas finally exchanged opinions with Han Sancher. During this time, Yi Siling only calmly looked at the traces left by the fire, and did not even listen to their conversation. Only when Han Sancher walked to her side did she look at him and say, "How is it?" Han Sancher said softly, "It is her." Yi Siling then asked, "The opponent is from Cloudwater Palace?" Han Sancher nodded slightly and said, "Should be." Yi Siling grew silent. Han Sancher also grew silent. "Remove all traces we can detect." Yi Siling's face started to fade into the darkness. His emotions could not be seen. His tone was low but unusually firm. "Do not record it, do not inform the other bureaus." Han Sancher was the oldest academician of the Astrology Bureau, and the only person Yi Siling had brought overseas. He naturally knew the meaning of Yi Siling's words better than anyone else. His hands were slightly cold as he asked softly, "Even Chief Inspector Chen does not know?" Yi Siling nodded and said no. In the darkness, Ding Ning walked back to the wine shop. Before this, he had already gone to Shui Wangshu's little courtyard, and talked to Shui Wangshu, Zhang Yi, and Shen Yi about the great floating water prison. The moment he entered the wine shop and closed the door, Zhang Sun Qianshua's cold voice sounded in the darkness. "You are right, I am not skilled in many things." Ding Ning, who was very familiar with Zhang Sun Qianshua, immediately stopped breathing and asked, "What happened?" Zhang Sun Qianshua slowly said, "I killed that Cloudwater Palace cultivator. That person was very strong and should be Fanjua." Hearing the word kill, Ding Ning's body quickly turned cold. When he heard the complete sentence, he thought of how he had been considering if he could work together with Bai Shanshui to break the great floating water prison. He was so angry his body trembled. "Since you agreed to wait, why did you not wait?" Zhang Sun Qianshua was strangely not angry. She explained, "It is not that I do not have patience, but he wanted to kill Wang Taishu's subordinate. I did not want him to kill Wang Taishu's subordinate." Hearing this explanation, Ding Ning's anger quickly faded, but the coldness still caused him to tremble slightly. He took a deep breath and walked in front of Zhang Sun Qianshua. He asked, "What did you do after you killed Fanjua?" Zhang Sun Qianshua did not want to think of the scene back then. She said with a frown, "I did my best to remove the presence of the 9 Hell King sword, and used the methods of the Zhao Tru Fire Palace to burn his corpse and the things around him." Ding Ning was silent for a moment and said, "What were your thoughts back then?" Zhang Sun Qianshua said, "Even if I could not completely conceal my presence, I could at least not let others detect who I killed." "Your thoughts are correct." Ding Ning calmed down and said slowly, "But Fanjua is not an ordinary cultivator. If you want to kill him, you have to show power close to Realm 7 second class. This kind of power cannot be completely removed. The Astrology Bureau and the Divinity Bureau can find it." Zhang Sun Qianshua bowed her head slightly and said coldly, "So I admit that I am not skilled in many things." Ding Ning was silent for a moment and said, "This matter cannot be blamed on you. Maybe we can use this matter to see a person's true attitude." Zhang Sun Qianshua asked in confusion, "Who?" Ding Ning looked at her and said, "Yi Siling." Zhang Sun Qianshua's voice immediately turned cold. She said, "You think too much." Ding Ning did not argue. He shook his head and smiled bitterly. If he really thought too much, if Yi Siling used Bai Shanshui's power, and used Bai Shanshui's revenge, then he would not have waited until the Min Mountain sword trial started. A person like Bai Shanshui viewed life as ants and would not have any misgivings. Who could hide a secret in front of such a person's mad killing? If he could not wait until the Min Mountain sword trials, even if he could enter Chongling again, would he have the chance to enter Min Mountain sword sect and obtain the heaven-replenishing divine art? Thinking of Shui Taishu, Ding Ning's expression grew even more bitter. In the thick darkness, the scorched riverside was like a ghost hell. On the surface of the frozen river, a stream of water suddenly gushed out without any sound. Bai Shanxue, who was wearing a white fox fur coat and had skin as fair as cream, rose from the center of the water flow. He was as handsome as a young master from a wealthy family, but his body exuded an indescribable arrogance. This great rebel of Cloud Water Palace, an existence that caused countless people in the world to tremble at the mention of his name. While he could clearly sense that there were still cultivators from the Qin dynasty in the distant forest, he did not care. He only needed a moment. A translucent teardrop fell from his eye and landed on the ice, but it disappeared without a sound. Numerous white water droplets slowly seeped out of the ice under his feet. Seeing these white water droplets, he was certain that the battle here had been caused by Fanjua, and that Fanjua had been killed. He took a deep breath and closed his eyes. In the darkness, countless tiny droplets of water seeped out of the charred ashes and flew up. In his perception, there was a fire rising from the ground. A black bamboo had grown and swayed in the night mist. Chapter 150. In the tent at the center of the Tiger and Wolf Army camp, the light was dim, and only one oil lamp was lit. On the bed covered in ordinary blankets, Liang Lian sat with a wooden expression. Multiple strands of condensed primal energies of the universe floated around him like shields and gravestones. Suddenly, he sensed something. He opened his eyes and looked out of the tent. His gaze was cold and filled with wariness. Even for him, at this moment, he could feel a killing intent that caused his entire body to turn ice-cold as it pierced through the air. With a whoosh, the tent flap was blown open by thick water vapor. Bai Shanxue, dressed in white fox fur robes, appeared in the tent. The water vapor extinguished the oil lamp. Liang Lian's eyebrows rose slightly. Bai Shanxue looked calmly at him and said, "Help me search for Realm 7 cultivators skilled in Yin energy and ghosts." In the bedroom in the backyard of the Falling Parasol wine shop, an oil lamp was lit. Ding Ning spread out all the things that Zhangsun Qianxue had found on Fanjua's body on his bed. At this time, he had recovered his calm. For people like Fanjua, there was only the possibility of making a transaction. There was no possibility of extracting any useful information from their mouth. For Zhangsun Qianxue, who had been more pampered than a princess since childhood, and then left home to cultivate, and did not know much about the ways of the world, today's performance was very good. For him, there were countless possibilities in life. If he could not enter Min Mountain Sword Sect, he had two choices. The 9 Death Silkworm's cultivation dissipated, or he could find a solution from the Lonely Mountain Sword Horde. Fanjua had many things on him. Many of them were things that normal people would use. Clearly, he felt that he had no chance of dying. Ding Ning did not even let go of the most ordinary things like silver. He looked carefully before dismissing them. In the end, there were only 3 things left in front of him: a pearl, a yellowed sheepskin scroll, and a wooden tablet. The pearl was about the size of a longan fruit. It emitted a gentle glow in the dark night, as if there were waves of dense mist on its surface. However, the most peculiar thing was that this pearl was translucent. Its interior was as blue as the sea, and the light within seemed to faintly form some images. Ding Ning narrowed his eyes slightly. He saw that the image inside the pearl seemed to be a celestial island with countless beautiful palaces, and spirit springs and spirit medicines. What is this? In the previous process, Zhangsun Qianxue had been waiting patiently. She finally asked, "This is a sea serpent pearl, a pearl formed from an enormous shellfish overseas?" Ding Ning said, "Ever since the Qin dynasty opened up the sea route, they have found 3 such sea serpent pearls. These sea serpent pearls are called sea maps of the celestial realms in the overseas countries. Legend has it that the map formed inside is the place with the most abundant spirit energy of all the seas it has visited. In the third year of Yuanwu, the armored fleet of the Qin dynasty used the sea map in a sea serpent pearl to find Donglai Island, and obtained large amounts of spirit medicines for cultivation. Zhang Sun Qianxue frowned slightly. She said, "So this is the legendary sea serpent pearl. I remember that my family used to have one. But the legends cannot be completely believed. The sea map within is ethereal and illusory. Of all these sea serpent pearls, only 1 in 10 has been proven to exist in the sea map." Ding Ning said in a deep voice, "When the Wei dynasty was at its peak, they once wanted to open up the sea. The Cloud Water Palace mainly cultivated the water element method, and was at the forefront. But after the Wei dynasty was destroyed, there were only a few people left in the Cloud Water Palace. But if these people wanted to go overseas, it would be an indefinite period of time." Zhang Sun Qianxue nodded. This sea serpent pearl most likely had been left behind by the Cloud Water Palace at that time. But the present Cloud Water Palace did not have the power to go overseas and search for the ethereal islands that might not even exist. Ding Ning put the sea serpent pearl to the side and opened the yellowed sheepskin scroll. With just a glance, his gaze flickered violently. "Water record scripture?" Zhang Sun Qianxue asked in puzzlement. "Why is he carrying this on him?" This Chongling water record scripture was not a cultivation record, but a water record created by a doctor surnamed Yin of the previous dynasty. It recorded the flow of the underground water around Chongling and Guanzhong. It was also called the Yin record scripture. This water record had been of great use back then. But later, the terrain changed, and the Qin dynasty built many open and hidden canals for irrigation. On the basis of this water record, the Qin dynasty had a more complete water record. This sheepskin scroll was extremely old, and should be from the previous dynasty. It was hard to understand why someone would carry such an ancient and unsuitable water record. Also, Zhang Sun Qianxue could see that Ding Ning's expression was very unusual. "It seems that the rumors are true. Cloud Water Palace does have the remains of the Lonely Mountain Sword Hoard." Ding Ning took a deep breath and looked at her beautiful eyes. He said, "Also, they know how to comprehend the Lonely Mountain Sword Hoard from the remains." Zhang Sun Qianxue frowned. "Why?" Ding Ning said, "The people of the world only know that the Lonely Mountain Sword Hoard has a treasure map left behind, but they do not know that the so-called treasure map contains secret. It uses the flow of primal energies of the universe to indicate certain directions. The flow of some mines and underground rivers can help cultivators understand the flow of primal energies of the universe. Now, many of the landforms have changed. If one wants to understand the true flow of underground rivers, they have to use the previous water record scripture. If so, this means that Bai Shanshui at least knows the way to solve the Lonely Mountain Sword Hoard, and has started to comprehend it." Zhang Sun Qianxue's face immediately turned cold. Her thoughts were simple and direct. For her, the Yuanwu Emperor was an enemy, and so was Bai Shanshui. The Lonely Mountain Sword Hoard was likely to help her catch up to the Yuanwu Emperor's cultivation, so she had to take it. "Will it be soon?" she asked in a slightly cold voice. "Do not be impatient." Ding Ning glanced at her and said seriously, "It is true. Do not be impatient. I am not lying to you. I do not know how many years it will take for those below Realm 8 to comprehend and solve it." After a pause, Ding Ning said, "Bai Shanshui wants to use the Lonely Mountain Sword Hoard to help him reach Realm 8 quickly. But before Realm 8, it is very difficult to comprehend and solve the treasure trove of the Lonely Mountain Sword Hoard. So the order here is not right." Zhang Sun Qianxue thought about the meaning in Ding Ning's words, and watched as Ding Ning picked up the last wooden sign. This wooden sign looked like it was made from red sandalwood. The color was so purple it was almost black, and there were many golden star-shaped spots on the surface. But the difference was that these golden star-shaped spots were especially bright, and there was some silver light in the gold. It looked like there was another small world inside. There were no characters on the wooden sign, just 3 human-shaped seal scripts. I know what this is. This time, she did not ask and said to Ding Ning, who was studying carefully, I have seen it before. Ding Ning stilled. He had never seen something like this before. He could not help but ask, what is this? Zhang Sun Qianxue said, this is a token of Celestial Seal Sect. Ding Ning's gaze jumped. Zhang Sun Qianxue glanced at him and said, my family once had contact with Celestial Seal Sect, but I had not expected the change to happen so quickly, and was destroyed before I could use the power of Celestial Seal Sect. Other people might not understand the meaning in Zhang Sun Qianxue's words, but Ding Ning knew. Just like Haomin Mountain Sword Sect and Lingshu Sword Gate were the strongest sects of the Qin dynasty, Celestial Seal Sect was the strongest sect of the Yin dynasty. In reality, Celestial Seal Sect was like the Bazin Kendo ground of the former Qin dynasty. Its foundation was deeper than Min Mountain Sword Sect and Lingshu Sword Gate. On the surface, the Yin dynasty was at peace with the Qin dynasty, but Ding Ning knew that the Yin had worked hard to stop the rise of the Qin dynasty in these years. So the old Chongling families of the past had been in contact with the Yin dynasty, but they had not acted as quickly as the Yuanwu emperor. In other words, Cloud Water Palace and the Yin dynasty are in an alliance? Ding Ning took a deep breath and calmed himself down. Then he asked, then what is the meaning of this token of Celestial Seal Sect? Or rather, what is its use? Zhang Sun Qianxue said, you can use this to find the contact of Celestial Seal Sect. If you channel vital energy into the seal, the contact of Celestial Seal Sect will be able to sense your location through unique energies. This kind of immortal wood seal is made from a rare kind of wood. Only the direct disciples of Celestial Seal Sect are qualified to possess it. But this kind of immortal wood seal is divided into yin and yang. This is a yin seal. If you channel vital energy into it, other people can sense your location, but you cannot sense their location. As long as it is energy sensing, even if it is divided into yin and yang, there will be a unique connection. Ding Ning looked at the wooden seal in his hand and said softly, if I can comprehend it, maybe I can change it. I know you have received his inheritance. You are not an ordinary cultivator. You can do something like this. Zhang Sun Qianxue looked at him and said coldly, but you have enough trouble now. Do you still have the energy to pay attention to the people of Celestial Seal Sect? Ding Ning looked at her and shook his head. He said, I am just doing some things while waiting. If I find I cannot do anything and do nothing, it will make me despair. Chapter 151. Waiting was the most torturous thing. Yet many times, even those who were high up in the eyes of many people, so high that they seemed to have left the mortal world, were still minuscule in the face of unknown fate. No matter how high they stood, there was still the sky above their heads that they had to look up at. In front of many things, they could only wait. As the snow melted, Chongling went from the cold to the beginning of spring. In the Zhou family ink garden, some of the winter jasmine buds had turned yellow, but there were still many pieces of ice floating in the pond covered in withered lotus leaves. A young woman dressed in eggplant-colored brocade robes walked into this small courtyard under the guidance of Zhou Xie. This young woman was called Zhou Susong, and was a branch member of the Zhou family. Her family was in Kuaiji Commandery. Because of her cultivation talent, she had started cultivating in the Nine-Thought Sword sect of Kuaiji Commandery many years ago. This was the first time she had come to Chongling, much less the Zhou family ink garden. Also, when she heard that forefather Zhou had summoned her, this young woman was extremely nervous. Countless bad guesses spun in her mind and her palms sweated. Forefather Zhou was sitting on a soft couch covered in brocade that was smoother than the young woman's skin. His silver hair was still combed so it could reflect his appearance. His coat covered his abdomen. Before the young woman walked into the hall he was in, his gaze had been filled with many negative emotions. Hatred, unwillingness, greed, viciousness, but when Zhou Xie's greetings sounded and the young woman walked in, these emotions disappeared. His expression became extremely amiable again. "Do not be nervous. I summoned you here because there is a secret art in the painting remnant scroll. But this secret art is only suitable for women to cultivate." Looking at the young woman who was extremely nervous and had many goosebumps on her skin, he said slowly and gently, "You should be the most suitable person in the Zhou family to cultivate this secret art right now. You can cultivate in peace in the ink garden." Hearing these words, the young woman was first puzzled, and then cried tears of joy as she knelt in front of him. "Rise. My Zhou family is no longer glorious, and I do not know when I will die. In the future, the burden of the Zhou family will fall on you young people." Forefather Zhou still felt it was not enough and said in an even softer tone. The young girl felt even more emotional. While she was sobbing, she didn't expect that the kind-looking old man's mind wasn't on her. Was this really a method that only women could cultivate? Was the yin qi that was too oppressive could be naturally expelled along with a woman's menstrual cycle? As long as he had 1 or 2 months, he would naturally be able to find out. The old prestigious Zhou family had already declined. Forefather Zhou was like a worm that refused to die, struggling at death's door. The new Marquis Feng family was like the rising sun, shining brightly. In the eastern suburbs of Chongling, in a secluded courtyard in Fenghe Province, Feng Xiumu, his long hair loose like wild grass, and his clothes ragged like a beggar, was still sitting in front of the jade pool. The spring water that formed this jade pool was a hot spring that emitted slightly warm steam. There were multiple red carps swimming among the green grasses of the pool. Everyone, including the Feng family cultivators who walked into this secluded courtyard, thought that Feng Xiumu was comprehending sword essence by watching the fish. Yet no one expected that Feng Xiumu was watching life, old age, sickness, and death. The red carps were always taken care of by the female attendants in the courtyard, but there were not the few of them from a decade ago. Even though the spring water was clear, there were still countless unknown reasons that caused the fish to weaken and die. Other than these fish, he also saw many more minute details. He saw some tiny insects in the jade pool. The lifespan of an insect was even shorter than that of an insect. For example, some mosquitoes in the summer only had a dozen days of life in their cycle. This kind of cycle naturally contained true meaning and the principles of energy creation and destruction. The cultivators of Chongling did not know Feng Xiumu's true cultivation. Based on some clues, they judged that he was Realm 6 first class and not Realm 7. At this time, only those of high status who were close to the monarch could infer from the emperor's decree that his cultivation was likely above Yi Xiling and the others, and beyond Realm 7 second class. But the reality was that his cultivation was still Realm 6 first class. What was even more shocking was that 10 years ago, he had already glimpsed the path to breaking through to the next realm. In other words, starting from 10 years ago, if he was willing, he could enter Realm 7 at any time. But he had deliberately stayed in front of the gates to Realm 7 for 10 years. How different would he be from the other Realm 7 cultivators after a breakthrough after 10 years of waiting and accumulation? Only he seemed to know this originally. But at this time, he received an imperial decree. The Yuanwu Emperor requested that he attend the Deer Mountain Conference with him. This meant that the Yuanwu Emperor also knew. Su Xiumu did not know why the Yuanwu Emperor also knew, but this broke his mental state. This decree was a request, but it was an order. The imperial decree wanted him to have a breakthrough. He wanted him to sharpen this sword that had been tempered for many years, and create a new sky for the Qin dynasty. Other than this, maybe there was a deeper meaning in this imperial decree. The imperial decree could not be disobeyed. Only a breakthrough. Just a little bit more spring. Su Xiaomu hesitated for many days. He understood the deeper meaning. He knew he could not wait any longer. At the beginning of spring, he sighed softly and pushed open the door. The presence of spring bloomed from his body. Countless flowers bloomed in the courtyard. Even the cold-fearing peonies bloomed to the brightest. In the morning, Ding Ning, who was holding a bowl of noodles and eating noodles with Shui Wangxiu, Zhang Yi and Shen Yi, was also waiting. But nothing seemed to have happened. Fan Zhua, who had died in the temporary village of the duck farmers, disappeared like an insignificant gangster in Chongling. No one from the Astrology Bureau or the Divinity Bureau appeared around Falling Parasol. It seemed that no one in Chongling even realized the death of this great rebel of Cloud Water Palace. Not waiting for anything to happen was good news for Ding Ning. His vital energy cultivation was growing steadily each day. The beginning of spring was here, and he was one step closer to the Min Mountain sword trials in the middle of summer. However, he needed more time and things to be sure of what the high and mighty female bureau chief was thinking. In the cold spring, Su Qin carefully inspected his clothing. Then he used the cleanest white cloth to wrap around his left hand so that his left hand would not look disgusting. Then he walked out of the establishment he had lived in for a long time, and walked towards the carriage parked on the side of the street. The carriage was of Chongling standard, but the streets were the streets of Qing City, the capital of the Chu dynasty. The Chu king liked beautiful waste. Looking out, the countless buildings of Qing City were hidden in the greenery like beautiful women. The scenery was exquisite and beautiful. At this time, Su Qin's gaze landed on a begonia by the side of the road. This begonia was in full bloom, its flowers like rouge. Su Qin showed a hint of a smile. He had waited for a long time in this beautiful Chu capital that was completely different from Chongling. Today, he finally received an audience with the most powerful woman of the Chu dynasty. The carriage carried him through the streets and alleys of the Chu capital. Countless branches of the weeping willows gently swayed on the carriage. Many vigilant and emotional gazes watched as this carriage drove into a temporary residence. There was a beautiful bead curtain hanging in the main hall of this palace. Behind the curtain, one could faintly see the legendary woman. As a Qin person, you have come to the Chu to lobby. You have 15 minutes. If you cannot persuade me in this time, it means you and Li Lingjun are failures. I will kill you, and he will not qualify to return here. The woman's voice was soft, but at the same time, there were sharpness stabbing into Su Qin's ears, causing great pain in his eardrums. But his expression was still calm. He bowed his head and said, I do not need 15 minutes. I only need to say one thing. Behind the bead curtain, there was silence, waiting for him to speak. Su Qin said, If you allow him to return here, you are the Empress. You know, the Empress has two meanings. You can have both. Impudence. A shout sounded behind the bead curtain. Because it was too cold and intense, the voice echoed in the hall like countless people were angrily scolding Su Qin for being impudent. The Empress had two meanings. One was Mother Empress, the other was Empress. She could have both. She could have both identities at the same time. But to have both identities at the same time, how rebellious was this? The woman behind the bead curtain naturally knew what Su Qin's words meant, so she scolded him so fiercely. But Su Qin's expression did not change. He bowed deeply and said calmly, But this is the greatest promise Li Lingjun can give. You should also know that if you let him ascend the throne, and he gives you both identities, your status here will be even more stable, and your relationship with him will be even more stable. The woman behind the bead curtain looked at him but did not speak. Su Qin looked at the ground. He knew that he had not died yet and would not die today. So he said softly with emotion and satisfaction, You know very well that some people have a lot of time to wait, but some people, some matters, cannot wait. Those who hear such impudent words deserve to die. The woman behind the bead curtain finally spoke. A sweet yet extremely terrifying killing intent burst out in the hall. The bead curtain shattered. Blood splattered all over the ground in the hall. The palace attendants on the two sides immediately died. Thousands of beads of various sizes fell on Su Qin's body and the ground around him, bouncing and giving off pleasing sounds. Su Qin did not die. He bent even lower and said in a blessing, "You will be the most noble mistress of the Chu dynasty now and in the future." Chapter 152. After the beginning of spring, all the cultivation sects in Chongling were closed. A youth dressed in red robes with a white fox collar floated over a high wall of a cultivation place in Chongling and snuck out. A light cough sounded not far away. This youth dressed in red robes with a white fox collar immediately froze. He did not have the terror that ordinary sect disciples would have when they were discovered escaping, but had a slightly embarrassed and angry expression. At this time a soft voice sounded. "Cousin, Aunt is right. You do not work hard on your cultivation usually." Hearing this, the youth's embarrassment and anger disappeared, and his face filled with joy. He suddenly turned around and said in disbelief to the person who had spoken, "Cousin, why have you come?" Standing nearby was a youth of similar age to him. Even though he had a teasing smile, he still appeared exceptionally kind and gentle. This was the imperial son Fu Su, who was the favorite of the Qin dynasty's empress and emperor. The Qin dynasty's empress Zheng Xiu only had one cousin, Zheng Fei, who had married into the Meng marquisate establishment. This youth dressed in red robes with a white fox collar called Fu Su cousin. He was naturally the heir of the Meng marquisate establishment, Meng Qihai. Looking at the overjoyed Meng Qihai, Fu Su was also happy. He smiled and said, "Mother Empress allowed me to travel outside and gain experience. I am not familiar with the outside world, so the first person I thought of was you. I heard that you are a top student of the Fish Sun Sword School, who does not know your place and often jumps over the wall. I wanted to come to these high walls and imagine how you would look when you jumped over the wall. I had not expected you to jump in front of me like this." Meng Qihai did not have many chances to meet Fu Su in a year, but the two had played together since childhood. Fu Su was easygoing and often let him do as he wished. Even when children had conflicts, he would let him have his way. Therefore, he and Fu Su were very close. Usually, he would just call Fu Su cousin. In his joy, he jumped in front of Fu Su and grasped Fu Su's hands. He said, "Cousin, you came at the right time. I am the one who is thinking." Fu Su was slightly taken aback. "What do you mean?" Meng Qihai said happily, "Cousin, you cultivate the fastest of all the young talents in Chongling. It should not be a problem for you to deal with the people on the talent ranking. You came at the right time. Help me teach someone a lesson." Fu Su looked at him curiously and asked, "Teach who a lesson? What is going on?" "The White Goat Cave wine shop youth, who was in the limelight a few days ago." Meng Qihai twisted his lips and said, "A few days ago, Zhen Tingon and I heard extremely unfavorable news for him. Out of kindness, we went to find him. We thought that if he performed well, I would tell him the news." Unexpectedly, when Zhen Tingon challenged him, he refused to accept, and had his senior sect brother Zhang Yi accept the challenge. While even his senior sect brother Zhang Yi defeated Zhen Tingon, and it seems that the wine shop youth is stronger than his senior sect brother Zhang Yi, I do not like his attitude. Fu Su stilled and frowned slightly. He urged, "If there is any unfavorable news, just tell him directly. You have to challenge him first and see his performance. This is not the conduct of a gentleman." Meng Qihai looked helplessly at Fu Su and said, "I am not a gentleman. If he does not accept a fair challenge, that person does not even have any sense of shame, much less a gentleman. Cousin, you did not agree to help me, and now you scold me." Fu Su smiled slightly and did not respond to his words. He said softly, I also want to attend the Min Mountain Sword Trials. Meng Qihai was stunned and said, How is this possible? Fu Su smiled happily and said softly, Mother Empress allows it. Meng Qihai finally refocused and trembled in excitement. This is great. How can those people be a match for you? Fu Su shook his head seriously. That may not be the case. Cultivation and victory are not the same thing. Meng Qihai thought for a moment and said with a naughty smile, Then you have to help me teach that wine shop youth a lesson. Compared to the people ranked at the top, cousin, you only lack experience in fighting. You are still thinking about this so-called venting matter. Fu Su looked warmly at him and said curiously, I have paid attention to that wine shop youth. You said you heard extremely unfavorable news for him. What is it? Meng Qihai said, I heard that the Li family wants to act against him. Fu Su frowned. The Li Marquisate establishment? Why? Meng Qihai shrugged and said, Doesn't the Li Marquisate establishment have grievances with Sikong Lin of the Bureau of Ceremonies? Sikong Lin seems to have given this wine shop youth a great gift. The Li Marquisate establishment probably feels that Sikong Lin wants to support him in winning the Min Mountain Sword Trials, so they want to act against him. Fu Su was very unhappy. He thought, no wonder Mother Empress always disliked the Li Marquisate establishment. Many times, the Li Marquisate establishment would fight for the slightest thing, and their claws were too vicious. Is this wine shop youth not innocent for being involved in such a grievance? Fu Su thought and asked, Min Mountain Sword Sect will not let people interfere in the trials. Does the Li Marquisate establishment want to act against him before the Min Mountain Sword Trials? Meng Qihai nodded. According to the news I heard, the Li Marquisate establishment has already sent Li Shixing back. Li Shixing is a wolf cub. When we were young, we did not like to play with him. I remember clearly that he broke two of Duanmu Jingzong's ribs over a minor matter, so the Li Marquisate establishment had no choice but to send him to the Yuezhi country. Meng Qihai sneered and said, He stayed in the Yuezhi country for so many years and ate so much sand. I think he does not have a good temper. Falling Parasol is not the Duanmu Marquisate establishment. If he wants to act, it will not be as simple as breaking two ribs. Fu Su's brow furrowed deeply. Back when Ding Ning reached profound understanding in half a day and had a breakthrough in a month, he had developed great curiosity about this wine shop youth. While he had heard the lessons of the Empress and his teachers, and knew that he should not spend time on these low-level cultivators, Ding Ning's performance after the Book of Talents was announced still attracted his attention. He had no thoughts about Ding Ning when he left the palace this time, but he had not expected to hear such a matter. This has nothing to do with the wine shop youth. Also, an outstanding cultivator like him is a valuable asset of the Qin dynasty. He unconsciously used the tone the Empress used to speak softly. Meng Qihai heard his meaning and twisted his lips. He said, Cousin, if you do not help me teach him a lesson, do you want to interfere in this matter and help him? Fu Su glanced at him and asked in response, If Li Shixing's personality has not changed after so many years, and he has become even worse after going to a chaotic place like the Yuezhi country, who do you hate more, compared to this wine shop youth? Meng Qihai stilled and said to himself, If we are comparing these two, of course it is Li Shixing. Fu Su looked at him and smiled slightly. Meng Qihai shouted in slight depression, Cousin, in terms of reasoning, I can't win against you. Fu Su smiled and then said seriously, If other people are present, remember not to call me cousin. Otherwise, other people may immediately discover my identity. I do not want to cause trouble. Meng Qihai immediately felt that this was a very important matter. He immediately nodded and said, I remember. Fu Su said with a smile, Then you will take me to see that wine shop? Meng Qihai was impatient and immediately nodded. He said, All right, it will save Li Shixing from coincidentally going. Falling Parasol did not seem to be any different than usual. In the morning, when the families woke up to wash and eat breakfast, it was Falling Parasol's busiest time. After this time, Falling Parasol would quickly become quiet. There were few people on the streets, and there were few customers in the ordinary shop. Business could barely keep up with life. Yet Zhang Sun Qianxue was the first to feel the abnormality. Thinking of the possibilities Ding Ning spoke of, her body quickly turned cold. However, when she sensed the cultivation of those people, she slowly relaxed. These people should not have come for the 9 Hell King sword because the difference in power was too great. They could not keep her and Ding Ning here. She called out. When Ding Ning walked into the inner courtyard, she said coldly and told Ding Ning what she sensed. Many cultivators had appeared near Falling Parasol, and they were not cultivators strong enough to keep a Realm 7 cultivator here? Ding Ning's brow furrowed deeply. He could not think of a reason. When he walked out of the wine shop again and headed towards Shui Wangshu's little courtyard, the countless little silkworms in his body seemed to awaken from hibernation and silently moved. His perception immediately grew several times clearer. He sensed the positions of some of the cultivators. Then he quickly found that many cultivators were moving with 2 cultivators. The 2 cultivators heading towards Falling Parasol were at the center of the encirclement formed by the cultivators. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed slightly. He could vaguely see that there was a strange reflection in the eaves not far away. This was the cold reflection of metal smeared with large amounts of oil. This kind of reflection would only appear on some crossbows and crossbows. So, this was an assassination. Chapter 153. The sound of the carriage wheels rolling on the stone path sounded. Ding Ning's expression grew colder. In just a few breaths of time, he had already thought through many links. The people in this carriage could only have come to Falling Parasol because of him. But what was their identity that they would attract so many cultivators to assassinate them? Even more importantly, someone who could launch an assassination on such a scale would know that he, Zhang Yi and the others were in this alley. Falling Parasol was in a remote area between the south and east of the city. The nearest turret would not be able to detect the activity here. If they wanted to assassinate the people in the carriage, they did not need to wait until they reached Falling Parasol. The more cultivators there were in an area, the more unknown factors there were. Therefore, there was only one possibility. The leader who planned this assassination must have taken him, Zhang Yi, and the others into consideration. Simply put, this person wanted to kill the people in the carriage and them in Falling Parasol in one go. Speed was important in war. Success and failure were often just a few minutes apart. In the eyes of everyone in Chongling, Ding Ning was just a low-level cultivator with some fame but not enough wings. Yet he possessed unimaginable experience. Right now, without knowing who exactly was inside this carriage, he directly released a fierce shout with exceptional resolution, "There are assassins!" At the same time he shouted, there was a rapid roar in the quiet air, as if someone had poured a bucket of water down from the second floor. Ding Ning's pupils contracted slightly. From this sound, he knew this was the long-wind armor-piercing crossbow. The long-wind armor-piercing crossbow was an imitation of the Chu dynasty's Chu-wind heavy crossbow. While the seal scripts on the crossbow were not as fine as the Chu dynasty's crossbow, and the bolts that could be used were 20% lighter than the Chu-wind heavy crossbow, they were slightly faster, and had enough penetrative power to break through the defenses of Realm 5 cultivators. This kind of armor-piercing crossbow was an important weapon in the Warden's treasury. In the armies that went on expeditions, every 100 soldiers were equipped with one. This kind of standard heavy weapon would be recorded in the records. To be able to appear in an assassination in the marketplace, it could only mean that the assassin was not an ordinary person. The person in the carriage right now was also not an ordinary person. The moment the extremely oppressive sound wave rang out, the cold metallic reflection finally revealed its true appearance. The roof of that area could not withstand the vibrations of the crossbow and directly shattered and collapsed. A heavy black crossbow slid down in the shadow of the roof. At the same time, a crossbow arrow that weighed over 50 kilograms and had 4 metal fins spun violently in the air. Like lightning, it struck the carriage that had just turned into the alley. Clang! The heavy crossbow bolt struck the carriage, but the scene of the carriage being easily torn apart like a piece of paper did not appear. The entire carriage gave off a muffled metallic sound. The wood on the surface splintered and sputtered, revealing a silver-white membrane inside. This layer of silvery white metal membrane looked extremely thin, which was why this carriage didn't look any different from an ordinary carriage. However, this thin layer of metal actually possessed astonishing toughness. This crossbow arrow that could even pierce through heavy armor actually couldn't penetrate it, only smashing against the surface. The powerful impact force forcibly sent the entire carriage flying outward. With a boom, this carriage crashed into the wall of the noodle shop that Ding Ning and the others often ate at. Half of the wall collapsed, and it continued to slide inside, bringing with it countless bricks to crash into the smoking stove. Junior sect brother, what happened? Zhang Yi had just come out of the courtyard door behind Ding Ning. When he saw such a terrifying scene that he had never seen before, he immediately exclaimed in shock. An assassination. I'm afraid it includes us. You and junior sect brother Shen Yi protect Cave Master. Don't come out. Ding Ning knew that Zhang Yi was easily wishy-washy, so at the same time that he said these words as quickly as possible, he shouted, "Don't worry about me. I can handle it." Being shouted at by Ding Ning, Zhang Yi reflexively turned around and rushed back, almost colliding with Shen Yi who had rushed out. At this time, in the cold air that had yet to rest, another sharp howl sounded. Zhang Yi had become more and more convinced of Ding Ning during this period of time. Yet when he heard this sharp howl and turned his head to look, he gritted his teeth and shouted at Shen Yi, "Go hide, Cave Master." At the same time, he resolutely rushed back towards Ding Ning. Because it was a light green sword light that let out that sharp howl. This light green sword light was still on the distant eaves a moment ago, but in the next moment, it was already above the alley. The sharp whistling sound from the distance was now like a thunderous roar. The chi of heaven and earth behind the sword light was dragged into a perfectly straight line, looking like wisps of white smoke in the air. This was undoubtedly a flying sword that only Realm 5 cultivators could use. Also, from the distance this sword flew, this cultivator had been immersed in flying sword arts for many years. He was not a cultivator who had just entered Realm 5, and his mental power was much stronger than ordinary people. Zhang Yi did not consider whether he was a match for this flying sword. He only sensed the killing intent of this flying sword coming towards Ding Ning. He thought that Ding Ning could not stop a flying sword like this. As a senior sect brother, he had to protect Ding Ning. Do not act rashly. Ding Ning could sense his intentions, but a hint of anger appeared on his face. Facing this flying sword, he only took half a step back. He pulled hard on Zhang Yi's sleeve and shouted, "Bam!" A clear sound. Right at this time, a streak of snow-white sword radiance directly rushed out from the collapsed noodle shop, directly blasting open a small hole in the roof of the noodle shop. While endless dust gushed out like a fountain, the snow-white sword radiance already caught up to that light green sword radiance. In the air, they exchanged more than 10 blows in an instant. There were no sparks, only more than 10 strange spheres of light erupting. The person in the carriage was also a Realm 5 cultivator. Zhang Yi's body went slightly rigid. However, before he could even take a breath, a loud boom sounded. All of the houses on the street began to tremble intensely. A blast of earth erupted across from the noodle shop, and the back courtyard of the tailor's shop directly exploded. A tall and sturdy man whose entire body was radiating scarlet light seemed like a demonic general, He raised an enormous green axe that was even larger than his body and flew into the air with incomparable ferocity. The axe hacked towards the carriage that had sunk into the noodle shop. At this moment, the tall and sturdy man flew out amidst the flying dust. When his body reached the center of the alley, he swung his axe to the extreme. His entire body was bathed in the golden sunlight, and the green axe reflected the golden sun. It looked dazzling and powerful to the extreme. Zhang Yi, whose sleeve was being pulled by Ding Ning, stopped breathing and felt cold all over. The person in the carriage had a flying sword outside and could not come back in time. Although the metal compartment of the carriage was tough, it was impossible for it to withstand the axe. It was about to be flattened. "Who are you? Do you not know death?" However, at this moment, a calm and cold voice resounded. The carriage driver, who had been sitting at the front of the carriage, who even Ding Ning had not sensed any presence of a cultivator when the two horses were thrown out together, appeared in front of the carriage. This 40-something-year-old carriage driver, dressed in old robes, had previously looked haggard and strange, shivering in fear of the cold. But at this time, his body was flowing with a strange light, and the primal energies of the universe under his feet even formed a pure white cloud. Facing the hatchet-wielding cultivator who leapt over, his aura indescribably ferocious, he only sent out a fist. He punched out, and a straight line appeared in front of his fist. The compressed air shot forward, forming a sword of strong wind. However, what was even more terrifying was the invisible power behind the strong wind. This punch was a sword. "You are Chiu." In the air, the large cultivator who had swung his axe down suddenly paled and shouted in shock when he saw this punch. But it was too late to change anything. Clang! There was a muffled sound. The straight and invisible greatsword collided with the great axe in his hand, and the great axe in his hand was instantly sent flying backwards. The violent vibrations and impact from the handle of the great axe directly rushed into his body through his arm, and in an instant, his heart and lungs were shaken and injured. A blast of bloody mist erupted from this tall and sturdy cultivator's mouth. As the giant axe in his hand flew out, his body also flew out, falling into the smoke and dust he had just charged out of. Vacuum Killing Sword, Qiu Zixing. 3rd year of Yuanwu, a disciple of Lingshu Sword Gate. At this time, the two flying swords were still entangled above the eaves, countless streaks of sword light flickering endlessly. It looked extremely beautiful, but it contained endless danger. Before the tall and sturdy cultivator's body landed on the ground, there were already sounds of praise that sounded from the entrance the carriage came from. A yellow-robed youth, who looked like a weak scholar, slowly walked over, holding a paper fan. "Qiu Zixing," Zhang Yi swallowed. His mouth tasted bitter. He had never heard of Qiu Zixing's name. But a disciple of Lingshu Sword Gate, who could be described as having left the mountain, was a true direct disciple who had passed the Lingshu Sword Gate exam. This kind of direct disciple was fundamentally different from the cultivators who had been recommended and entered the sect through other means. Each year, Lingshu Sword Gate would only send a dozen or so direct disciples. Even without that terrifying punch just now, Zhang Yi knew how powerful a cultivator with such status would be. Yet, a direct disciple of Lingshu Sword Gate seemed to be the guard of the person in the carriage. Then what kind of noble existence was inside the carriage? He could not imagine. At that moment, Qiu Zixing's expression was calm when he heard the yellow-robed youth's name. He looked at the yellow-robed youth with a sympathetic tone and said, "Do you think you can escape after attacking here?" Chapter 154. This was not a threat, but a pure statement of fact. Unless it was a cultivator above Realm 7, or an assassin who could escape with one strike, any Realm 5 or 6 cultivator who lingered here could not leave Chongling. While Chongling did not have walls, it was more terrifying than almost any city with walls. However, the yellow-robed young man did not show any fear or anxiety. Instead, he was calm and satisfied. He glanced at the distant turret and sky and said, "We have never thought about escaping from here. We only need a period of time for us to complete our mission. I think you should understand now that the reason why we are all at this level of cultivation is so that we won't attract the attention of the spectators on the turret so quickly." Qiu Zixing frowned slightly and instinctively said, "Death warriors?" A hint of a smile even appeared on the yellow-robed youth's face. He said slowly, "It is worth it to use our lives to exchange for the lives of these young people." His smile was sincere, but in reality, it was cruel and tragic. Qiu Zixing's eyebrows slowly rose and he said coldly, "Any death warrior is a sacrifice of a scheme. I just want to know why you are deliberately delaying for time." At this time, the two flying swords were still entangled on the eaves. The sword energy had torn apart countless roof tiles. The yellow-robed youth spoke calmly and was delaying for time. The yellow-robed youth still smiled slightly and said, "I am delaying for time, waiting for this moment." As he said this, he opened the paper fan in his hand. The paper fan opened, but it wasn't a fan with exquisite patterns drawn on it. Instead, more than 10 yellow talisman papers flew out. At the same time, all the power accumulated in the yellow-robed youth's body erupted and poured into the dozen seal papers. Because the eruption was so intense, countless drops of essence blood seeped out of the yellow-robed youth's skin and spread in the air like peach blossoms. Other than the fervent light in his eyes, the yellow-robed youth's body withered like a flower and lost its vitality. Qiu Zixing suddenly changed expression and shouted, "Seal Master!" Zhang Yi's eyes widened in disbelief. There were almost no cultivators in Chongling skilled in the seal path. Just the material of the talisman paper and the concoction of the talisman ink were like the refinement of pills. They had to go through countless procedures, and the talisman markings on the talisman paper was an extremely profound knowledge. Only the great Yan dynasty, which was the furthest away from the Qin dynasty and was rich in silver candle grass, black dragon toad, and many other materials suitable for making talisman paper and talisman ink, had naturally formed many sects that cultivated and fought using talismans. It seemed that only the cultivators of some of the powerful sects of the Yan dynasty could do such a thing. As Qiu Zixing shouted, the dozens of seal papers disappeared and turned into turbulent primal energies of the universe. Countless tiny tornadoes suddenly rose from the ground beneath him. They were like countless transparent ropes that tightly bound his body. The terrifying power continued to seep into his body. Qiu Zixing's face instantly turned blood-red. A metallic sound rang out from his body. His entire body exuded a biting cold sword intent, as if he had turned into a huge sword. However, his expression changed again. The power released by this yellow-robed youth was so fierce that he could not break free. Almost subconsciously, his spiritual sense swept behind him. A gray-black flying sword floated out of the shadows behind him like a ghost. The reason why it was said to be floating out was because this flying sword, which looked like a mosquito's leg, did not carry any smoke or fire. Not only did it not emit any yuan qi or sword qi, it did not even emit any sound of the wind. Even though it appeared in Qiu Zixing's perception, he could not sense where this flying sword had come from, or where the owner of this flying sword was. Any flying sword would be guided by mental power and primal energies of the universe. They were like puppets controlled by strings, but this flying sword was like a puppet that had been disconnected from its strings and was still moving freely. The yellow-robed youth was waiting for this flying sword to come close to him. The power of these talismans was only to immobilize him and prevent him from dodging the flying sword. His power far surpassed everyone present. With him blocking the front of the carriage, even if there were a few more flying swords on the eaves, they could not truly threaten the people inside the carriage. However, these death warriors clearly did not only learn of his identity after he made his move. These death soldiers clearly had an accurate estimate of his power, and had planned such an attack from the start. At this time, there should have been at least 2 flying swords that could save him, but not one had appeared. This could only mean that the 2 powerful existences who were secretly protecting this carriage, like him, had already been dealt with by someone else. Qiu Zixing's heart was so cold it was indescribable. Not because he was about to face death, but because he could not imagine what kind of uproar the people in the carriage would cause if they tried to assassinate him here. Without a flying sword, he could not keep up with the speed of the flying sword. The flying sword on the eaves had sensed Qiu Zixing's danger, but it was pressed down by the flying sword that had become even fiercer and could not be pulled back. Seeing the gray-black flying sword fly towards Qiu Zixing's back, Qiu Zixing could not escape the fate of being stabbed through the chest. But at this time, Ding Ning let go of Zhang Yi's sleeve and took a step to the left. He raised his left hand. With a hiss, a black sword light shot out of his fingertip, turning into a black meteor at astounding speed, and hit the gray-black flying sword. With a faint shattering sound, the black sword light shattered into several dozen pieces. That grayish-black flying sword that had been silently drifting through the air was also forcefully sent flying more than 100 feet away. It even pierced through the wall of the noodle shop's backyard and flew out. Dozens of black pieces hit Qiu Zixing's back. The cold energy seeped into his body like countless ice needles, and the hair behind his head was covered in strange blue frost. His body became even colder, but a glimmer of hope suddenly appeared in his eyes. With a clang, he channeled his vital energy even more fiercely to fight against the invisible ropes binding him. The yellow-robed youth looked in disbelief at Ding Ning, who had attacked. He was unusually shocked and furious, and vomited blood again. Faint cries of surprise could be heard from the distant streets and alleys. Everyone who participated in this assassination was shaken to the core. No one had expected Ding Ning to be able to stop such a fatal blow. Ding Ning did not feel any joy at having temporarily resolved Qiu Zixing's fatal situation with one blow. This was clearly a flying sword from the Qi dynasty's fly pond. Even though he could sense the location of some cultivators, he could not sense where the cultivator was hiding. If they couldn't kill this cultivator, then this type of soundless flying sword was still a fatal threat to everyone in this alley. At this time, he could not sense the cultivator's location, and could only force him to attack even more fiercely. Only by concentrating more power on the flying sword could he sense the cultivator's location. "Senior sect brother, kill that seal master!" Ding Ning shouted. He gripped the last flower remnant sword in his hand and flashed towards Qiu Zixing. There was a tearing sound. It was like someone had suddenly torn apart a brocade robe. Another flying sword tore through the air in the murderous cold air. A thin silver flying sword furiously fell from a distant building towards Ding Ning's head. Seeing another flying sword, Zhang Yi, who was already pale, did not dare to hesitate. In addition, Ding Ning's shout carried a mournful tone that did not allow him to refuse. As he flew forward, he shouted and stabbed the sword in his hand into the sky. Moisture filled the entire alley. Countless lines of crystal rain appeared in the sky above falling parasol and fell down like small swords. At the same time, the thin silver-white flying sword was close to Ding Ning's body. There was a suppressed gasp in the carriage. The thin flying sword that was falling like an arrow suddenly changed direction, and inconceivably flew horizontally. It landed behind Ding Ning and sped up again. Ding Ning attacked. The last flower remnant sword in his hand swung backwards. A white sword light rose up like a white goat's horn. With a pop, the thickest part of the white goat's horn coincidentally stopped this flying sword. The flying sword cut through, cutting through the horn-like sword energy, and continued to slash towards Ding Ning's body. Yet Ding Ning's last flower sword did not stop moving. The remnant sword's tip accurately hit the flying sword. With a shout, This flying sword that had lost much of its power and had not been able to channel more power into it was pushed over Ding Ning's head. Countless lines of rain fell on the yellow-robed youth. The yellow-robed youth had used up all of his vital energy and was powerless to stop it. Pew 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 pew, his clothing was torn, and his body was covered in tiny bloody holes. He could no longer stand and fell to the ground like a pile of rotten flesh. Such a scene appearing at the same time was a shocking and unexpected performance of the two youths from Falling Parasol. Qiu Zixing almost shouted in joy. Yet at this time, a strange color silently floated out of the ditch under the eaves next to Ding Ning. It was that gray-black flying sword. Ding Ning had just used all his strength to block the attack of another flying sword, and now this flying sword was here. How could he block it? Seeing this wine-shop youth, who had just saved him, was about to die, Qiu Zixing's joyful shout immediately turned into a furious roar. His body began to tremble violently in an instant. Countless layers of power collided like a sword and a scabbard were rubbing against each other. Blood dripped out of his mouth and nose. Yet this invisible energy rope that the yellow-robed youth had created at the cost of his life was extremely strong. Even so, it only gave off faint cracking sounds and did not immediately collapse. At this time, Ding Ning's eyes were unusually calm. The remnant sword in his right hand was still moving upwards, but his left hand was pointing at the gray-black flying sword. Pew! Following that, there was another desolate shattering sound. The small cold sword that flew out from his fingertips once again struck the flying sword and sent it flying once more. Chapter 155. The small silver sword that Ding Ning had flicked over his head gave off a loud hiss, representing its master's anger. The sword of a Realm 5 cultivator had been stopped by a youth like this. Also, this youth had not died even after being attacked by another flying sword. For the master of this flying sword, this was a great humiliation. Yet, when cultivators fought, life and death were just a hair's breadth away. As the small silver sword gave off a loud hiss in the air, drawing a beautiful arc in the air, and falling towards Ding Ning like a meteor, countless explosions sounded around Qiu Zixing. The dozen invisible ropes that the yellow-robed youth had used his life as the price finally broke apart. Pieces of the invisible rope fell to the ground around Qiu Zixing like heavy iron chains. Every piece of the rope fell to the ground, creating a huge wave of air. Around Qiu Zixing's body, it was as if waves were blooming. Once he lost the bindings of these energy ropes, the power in his body was finally freed. Qiu Zixing's gaze landed on the small silver sword flying towards Ding Ning. His hands slapped towards the depths of the noodle shop behind him. The two unparalleled sword qis intersected, forming a complete transparent sword that pierced out with extreme determination. In the next moment, the backyard of the noodle shop exploded like a sheepskin raft that had been filled with too much air. Countless fragments flew backwards. Then, the many courtyards and walls behind the noodle shop were pierced through by this large sword. Waves of dust bloomed, forming a straight path that pointed towards a middle-aged cultivator standing in front of a well in a small courtyard. The middle-aged cultivator's anger immediately turned to terror. He knew he could not react in time and could only close his eyes in despair. Crack! The bones in his chest and abdomen were all shattered. His entire body was almost split in two by this sword. His body fell backwards and fell into the well behind him. This cultivator's silver-white flying sword was less than 10 feet from Ding Ning. But the thin silver-white small sword lost control at this time, flying over Ding Ning's head and falling into the ditch by the road. Qiu Zixing did not care about the flying sword flying toward Ding Ning. Instead, he killed the owner of the flying sword with one strike, completely solving the problem. However, there was no joy in Ding Ning's eyes. At this moment, the outcome of the battle between the two flying swords on the eaves had already been decided. In the end, the snow-white flying sword that flew out of the carriage was far inferior to the light green flying sword in terms of strength. Finally, it was unable to continue and was sent flying by the sword, bouncing towards a distant roof. The light green flying sword danced in the air happily, circling around the half-collapsed noodle shop, waiting for an opportunity. This light green flying sword and the grayish-black flying sword that had quietly disappeared at this moment, there were still 2 flying swords that were enough to kill. The light green flying sword danced around the carriage. The person in the carriage had lost his flying sword, and Qiu Zixing presumably did not dare to leave the carriage. Before Qiu Zixing took care of the light green flying sword, he still had to face the flying sword that had obtained the fly pond sword art of the Qi dynasty. Feeling that there were still 22 pieces of crystal made from star fiendish energy in his body, Ding Ning felt lucky. If he had not obtained such a method from the Zhou family ink garden, Zhangsun Qianxue would have been forced to act today. Then, he and Zhangsun Qianxue would have had to flee Chongling. However, he could only send out 22 more of these small cold fiendish swords. He did not have any confidence in being able to last until Qiu Zixing dealt with the flying sword or until reinforcements arrived. The fly pond was one of the strangest cultivation places of the Qi dynasty. It was an ancient burial mound with a Yin spring. It was a place where Yin energy gathered. There were countless flies called ghost flies flying outside the sect. Any inner sect disciple who wanted to leave the sect had to kill the flies with a sword so that not a single fly would land on them before they were allowed to leave the mountain. The traceless ghost sword was one of the most important skills of the fly pond. It took countless years of hard work to cultivate to such a level. Regardless of the reason this cultivator had appeared in this assassination, he had to be a true inner sect disciple of the fly pond. A cultivator who came from a cultivation place like this naturally had more than what he had shown so far. From the start, the yellow-robed youth had used his life to trap Qiu Zixing. This fly pond cultivator was the true core of this assassination. A fallen leaf flipped up next to Ding Ning. That grayish-black little sword had silently snuck under the fallen leaf next to Ding Ning. Careful! Just now, Qiu Zixing's attack had used up large amounts of vital energy, but his fighting spirit was at its strongest. In this moment, he also sensed the slight movement next to Ding Ning and immediately gave a shout. But when he gave the warning, he knew that if Ding Ning had not sensed anything unusual before, it was too late now. Ding Ning had not detected this grayish-black little sword earlier, but when the fallen leaf flipped up, he had sensed the existence of this little sword. Sensing the coldness, his eyebrows rose slightly. His left hand hanging outside his sleeve moved slightly again. There was a hiss. This sound would sound in anyone's ears, but in reality, it was because the interval was so short that it exceeded the limits of the human ear. He had 2 fewer star fiendish energy crystals in his meridian points. 2 black sword lights charged out of Ding Ning's fingertip. Almost at the same time, they accurately hit the grayish-black flying sword that had just floated up from the ground. With a muffled sound, the little sword that had been raised like a poisonous snake hiding in the dried leaves fell to the ground, leaving behind multiple marks on the stone ground. Zhang Yi's eyes widened. He was pleasantly surprised, but his body quickly sank into coldness. This grayish-black little sword shot up violently towards Ding Ning again. As more power bloomed, black energy shrouded the grayish-black little sword like countless little ghosts were about to surge out. Using this opportunity, Ding Ning finally sensed the extremely weak path in the air, and sensed the true location of this cultivator from the fly pond. The cultivator from the fly pond turned out to be a beggar who was huddling under a shabby house 2 blocks away. At such a distance, Ding Ning was certain that even if Qiu Zixing discovered his existence, he would not be able to kill him in a short time. As for himself, he could not pass through 2 streets to reach the other. The chill in his heart grew stronger, but his emotions were still extremely calm. 3 streaks of black sword light shot out from the fingertips of his left hand, one after another, accurately striking the small grayish-black sword. The grayish-black little sword defeated 2 of his sword lights. When it defeated the 3rd sword light, it finally slowed down. Ding Ning's last flower longsword in his right hand swung out and hit the grayish-black little sword hard. This grayish-black little sword was once again thrown out and bounced away. A thunderous roar rang out at this moment. Qiu Zixing's hands moved together again, but unlike before, his hands swept rapidly through the air. Dozens of crisscrossing lights lit up. These lights did not seem like sword lights, but blade lights. His arms were like blades, guiding the primal energies of the universe as they crisscrossed in the air. The light green flying sword didn't expect him to have such a method, and was forced into a narrow space by the violent saber light. With a bang, a saber light finally caught the sword's trace, and viciously chopped down on the light green small sword. A loud, muffled grunt came from the distant alley. The light green little sword struggled out of the blade net. This attack had clearly caused great damage to the master of the little sword. But the master of the little sword knew the present situation, and still managed to hold on. After the light green little sword retreated more than 100 feet, it started to speed up again, and formed countless twisted sword shadows in the air. In a small courtyard not far from Ding Ning and Zhang Yi, Shui Wangshu was sitting on a rattan chair in the bedroom. Since the battle started, he had only frowned and silently hid in this dimly lit room. At this time, Shen Yi closed the door and stood nervously next to him. Hearing the sounds of each attack outside, and sensing Ding Ning's performance, his expression grew more nervous, but his eyes grew brighter. 5 feet behind you, slash! At this time, he suddenly shouted at Shen Yi. Shen Yi's mind was tense to its limit, his hands covered in fine sweat. He did not feel anything, but Shui Wangshu's shout contained an irresistible command. He instinctively turned and attacked. There was a loud explosion. A bolt of lightning landed 5 feet behind him. There was a window 5 feet behind him. Just as the lightning from his sword landed, a dot of grayish-black light came through the crack in the window. The grayish-black little sword that Ding Ning had just blocked was silently sneaking over. There was a hiss. The grayish-black little sword froze and was burned by the lightning. Wisps of blue smoke rose from the blade, and the blade seemed to twist in pain. However, Chen Yi's breathing had completely stopped. Even he could feel that this sword strike was accumulating momentum and was about to burst out again. Shui Wangshu shouted. His breathing was irregular and he was about to cough, but he forced himself to endure. His face was red as he shouted again, painting remnant scroll sword essence slash. Shen Yi's vital energy almost instinctively surged out of his body with this shout. The runes on the long sword in his hands suddenly surged with endless black light, as if a giant ink ball was going to devour the entire room. However, in front of his sword tip, countless pure and dazzling threads of light suddenly shot out. A bright beam of light hit the grayish-black little sword. The entire room seemed to contain a pure sun and lit up. Pure and blinding light came out of all the cracks. Chapter 156. Ding Ning suddenly turned around. He once again confirmed the thoughts of this fly pond cultivator. The target of this fly pond cultivator was all the young people on this street. In a situation where it was difficult to kill him in a short time, this fly pond cultivator did not have any obsession, but wanted to instantly kill Chen Yi, who was the easiest to kill in his eyes. But this fly pond cultivator ignored Shui Wangshu's existence. He ignored the fact that even though Shui Wangshu was weaker than an ordinary old person, he was a great cultivator above Realm 7. The gray-black sword at this time was a silent assassination sword intent, so it didn't carry much power, so when it was hit by Chen Yi's sword, it was immediately sent flying out of the window. The grayish-black blade was particularly eye-catching in the pure, dazzling light. These dazzling and pure rays of light seemed to have a natural suppressive effect on the energy flowing on the small gray-black sword. At this time, the small gray-black sword sizzled like black oil was melting, and wisps of green smoke were constantly coming out of it. From the start, Ding Ning felt that these death soldiers would not spare any cultivator in this alley, other than Zhang Sun Qianxue, whom they did not know. So he did not conceal his strength at all, and played an important role at the crucial moment to attract the attention of these cultivators. But this fly pond cultivator's cultivation and intelligence far exceeded his expectations, and still did things beyond his control. Assassins always had more initiative than those who defended passively. But this fly pond cultivator miscalculated again, giving him a chance to completely turn the situation around. He suddenly turned around, and a black light seeped out of the fingertips of his left hand. Everyone thought that he would attack the grayish-black sword that was particularly conspicuous in the bright light. Even the grayish-black flying sword had a trace of fear, and as if it had a life of its own, it once again pulled itself together and flashed upwards. However, what everyone did not expect was that after a series of sounds that made one's scalp turn numb, one after another, black-colored sword light shot out with a flip of his hand. All of them shot toward the small light green sword that had countless shadows lingering around it. The light green sword only wanted to trap Qiu Zixing to the side of the carriage. The sword shadows flickered. Even Qiu Zixing could not accurately grasp which sword shadow the true sword was in, and did not dare to attack. At this time, Ding Ning's back was facing the light green sword, and he could not accurately hit it. However, the dozen or so black sword lights that were shot out in succession were shockingly cold. They pierced through countless light green afterimages and immediately forced out the true body of the light green sword. Qiu Zixing's eyes seemed to burn. The cultivator in the distance screamed, sensing the greatest danger. The light green small sword trembled so much it seemed like it was about to explode. But it was too late. Qiu Zixing's fists punched again. The two terrifying translucent sword qi fused into a large sword once more. It instantly pierced out over 30 meters and heavily struck the light green sword. The light green sword seemed to wail in despair. It immediately lost power and spun out like a piece of scrap metal, falling to an unknown place. The small grayish-black sword that had been deceived became enraged. The black qi on the sword wildly surged and actually formed dozens of black fly-like objects around the sword. They also descended in a straight line towards Ding Ning. Ding Ning's expression grew grave. A sword seal formed in front of him. A large river faced the gray-black sword. The power of his sword was far from the power that the fly pond cultivator had displayed. The river was directly penetrated. However, he was only fighting for a moment to slow down the speed of this small gray-black sword that was already flowing with an aura of despair. This was to ensure that his next cold small sword could hit its target. There was a soft hiss. Blood seeped out of his fingertip. The crystal-like cold energy formed a small black sword and accurately hit the tip of the gray-black sword. The small black sword immediately shattered into countless black pieces, spreading into layers of cold fiendish energy. The extremely gloomy grayish-black sword was like a small boat in a torrent, but it was suddenly hit by a head-on wave and paused in midair. With this pause, the remaining 5 cold swords in Ding Ning's body shot out and hit the gray-black flying sword one after another. The body of the flying sword was slightly bent unwillingly, and was pushed back a few feet by the impact. Ding Ning took a deep breath. He had used up all his power and could not stop any of the gray-black flying sword's attacks. Now, he could only rely on Qiu Zixing. When the gray-black flying sword had turned violent, Qiu Zixing's eyes were filled with nervousness and worry. But when Ding Ning's first cold sword hit the gray-black flying sword, his body relaxed. He knew the situation was set. The more relaxed he was, the more his vital energy flowed. The comfort he felt could not be described with words. He laughed wildly. He reached out and grabbed the edge of the carriage. The ground under his feet exploded. He pulled the carriage with one hand and flew into the air, landing in the middle of the street. The wild wind blew, and half of the noodle shop collapsed behind him. The gray-black flying sword paused slightly in the air, and did not fly towards anyone. 2 streets away, the owner of the grayish-black flying sword, a man in ragged clothes who looked like a beggar, shook his head and flew up. With just 2 leaps, he crossed 2 streets and appeared in front of the collapsed noodle shop. This was a man in his 40s. His face was covered in black oil, and his features were ordinary. He did not leave any impression. But at this time, his hands were flowing with energy like black flames. He looked at Ding Ning with a bitter gaze and sighed emotionally. "How can you be so calm?" Before anyone could say anything, a crashing sound was heard as the courtyard wall of a shop was smashed down by someone. A long-bearded cultivator in indigo robes struggled out of the hole. He held an empty white jade scabbard in his hand. He looked to be in his 30s and had an elegant bearing. However, right now, beads of blood continuously seeped out from his skin. When he just walked out from the hole in the courtyard wall, his clothes still looked clean, but after just 3 steps, his green clothes were already soaked in blood, turning into a blood-red robe. "What kind of sword art is that?" This cultivator blinked to stop the blood from falling into his eyes so he could see Ding Ning's face clearly. This cultivator was the owner of the light green sword. He had fought with Qiu Zixing for a long time without regard for his injuries. Adding on that Qiu Zixing had destroyed his flying sword with his last attack. His wounds were grave. At this time, everyone could sense that he had forced himself to appear here because he wanted to see Ding Ning before he died. Even sword attendants who have been trained for a long time and specialize in cutting flying swords cannot be as accurate as you. I originally thought that we could rewrite the history books, but I had miscalculated you. This cultivator looked regretfully and with a hint of admiration at Ding Ning. After saying this, he could no longer support himself and fell to the ground. The scene sank into silence. Everyone could understand his and the fly pond cultivator's emotions right now. Even if other people had the same star-fiendish energy method as Ding Ning and could create black sword lights like that, who could be so calm in such a situation when facing the pressure of the flying sword? If there was a hint of panic and emotion, if the attack missed, the entire battle situation could be changed. But Ding Ning had not made a mistake. This was what shocked him and the fly pond cultivator the most. Chongling really is the place where true dragons are born. Generation after generation, there are many stunning children. I just wanted to eliminate a few of them, but I still underestimated them. The beggar-like fly pond cultivator sighed deeply. It is about time. He sensed the presence in the surrounding air and bowed to Qiu Zixing. He said, "This last attack, I want to see Mr. Qiu's Lingshu sword Gates' peerless sword." Qiu Zixing understood the fly pond cultivator's meaning. His expression grew solemn. In the next moment, his vital energy surged out of his body, but primal energies of the universe surged in and gathered in his right hand. His right hand had turned bronze. The qi and blood in his body seemed to be burning, and every inch of his flesh and blood was bursting with terrifying power. With just 1 step, he came in front of the fly pond cultivator. His right hand was a sword and stabbed at the other's chest. This fly pond cultivator sensed a fierce sword essence he had never encountered before. A hint of gratefulness flashed through his eyes. The gray-black sword landed in his hand. As the sword swung upwards, black energy condensed into particles that flew out like a fountain and smashed into Qiu Zixing's body. In the next moment, the black spring in front of him was completely destroyed by Qiu Zixing's sword. This fly pond cultivator's body exploded like a ripe watermelon, spraying out waves of blood in the street. Zhang Yi had an unbearable expression and felt like vomiting. Ding Ning did not like the smell of blood and held his breath. but he knew that dying with dignity in battle was the best outcome for this fly-pond cultivator. Qiu Zixing pulled back his hand. Waves of great exhaustion started to sweep through his body. He took a deep breath. He knew he could not defeat any Realm 5 cultivator. He turned around and saw the indigo-robed cultivator on the ground had died with his head bowed. The blood dripping out of his nose and mouth had clearly turned black due to the poison he had taken. Sensing the flowing presences, he knew this place was absolutely safe. But what he found unusual was that theoretically, there should be Realm 7 cultivators arriving by now. Chongling was a square, and the streets were divided like tofu. While outsiders might not know, he knew that the two high ministers would make arrangements to ensure that there was a Realm 7 cultivator in charge of many of the squares. Even when Bai Shanshui had been fighting and singing that day, Yi Xiling had been just a step away from arriving. But today there was such an important person in the carriage, someone who could change the course of history. Also, the battle had been fierce for a long time. Why had no Realm 7 cultivators appeared on this side? Chapter 157. But he did not need to worry about the matters of those important people. Qiu Zixing asked the people in the carriage in a soft voice, and then turned to look at Ding Ning. In today's assassination, the enemy had sent out a powerful seal master, 3 skilled swordsmen, and even a cultivator from the fly pond. In the end, the 3 youths from White Goat Cave would decide the result, especially Ding Ning's performance. If not for Ding Ning's incredible performance, he would have been killed immediately like his colleagues who had not appeared. When the Realm 7 cultivators arrived, the result would have been decided. Your performance today can only be described as perfect. Anyone who is your teacher will feel proud of you. Qiu Zixing said solemnly to Ding Ning, and then bowed towards the little courtyard where Shui Wangxu was. He was a cultivator who had left the Lingshu Sword Gate in the 3rd year of Yuanwu. In terms of status and experience, he was an elder to Ding Ning. So he gave such an evaluation of Ding Ning in his first sentence. His following words were to express the most sincere respect to White Goat Cave and Shui Wangxu who could teach such a disciple. I owe you my life. Then he said seriously to Ding Ning in a soft voice. This was his personal gratitude, and it was completely from his personal standpoint. You do not owe me. Ding Ning looked calmly at Qiu Zixing and the numerous cultivators in casual clothing who had entered the alley. These cultivators were definitely stronger than the people of the Astrology Bureau and Divinity Bureau. Also, they did not come close to Qiu Zixing and the carriage. From this, he could guess the identities of the people in the carriage. While I do not know what is going on with these people, they clearly want to kill us. Ding Ning shook his head and continued, if it weren't for an expert like you, we would all have died here. Qiu Zixing smiled slightly and did not argue with Ding Ning. He only said, maybe I can recommend you to enter the Lingshu Sword Gate to study? Hearing this, Zhang Yi and Shen Yi shook. But Ding Ning shook his head again and said, I have decided to attend the Min Mountain Sword Trials. Qiu Zixing stilled slightly but then smiled and nodded approvingly. Cultivation must first follow your heart. Since Min Mountain Sword Sect is your first choice, entering Min Mountain Sword Sect to cultivate will be beneficial to your future cultivation. After a pause, he shook his head and said, I thought too much. With your performance today, I think you will win in Min Mountain Sword Sect in the future. Ding Ning thought for a moment. He looked at the flowing cultivators and said softly, if you really want to help me, do not let the details of today's battle spread. Qiu Zixing was not surprised. He had not expected Ding Ning to have so many deeper thoughts. He only thought that Ding Ning's method of condensing fiendish energy into a sword was astounding, but it was straightforward and lacked many variations compared to a flying sword. If he faced true experts and this method was known beforehand, he would be at a disadvantage. I understand. Qiu Zixing nodded seriously and said, I will do my best. As Qiu Zixing and Ding Ning were talking softly, two youths in the carriage were also talking softly. These two youths were Fu Su and Meng Qihai. One was the imperial son of the Qin dynasty, who would become crown prince next year if nothing unexpected happened, and the other was the heir of the Meng marquisate establishment. Regardless of which one of them died, the entire dynasty would be in great waves, much less both of them being assassinated here. At this time, Fu Su's face was slightly pale, and his breathing was unstable. But his eyes were full of praise and excitement. Meng Qihai's forehead was slightly damp with cold sweat. His face was even paler than Fu Su. Qihai, what do you think of Ding Ning right now? Thinking back to the many scenes of the battle just now, Fu Su smiled warmly as he looked at Meng Qihai, who was still in shock. Meng Qihai took a deep breath and said softly, I had not expected him to be so strong. Fu Su smiled and said, Then do you still feel unconvinced, and feel that his pretentious attitude is annoying? His performance today is something even two of me cannot compare to. Of course, I am convinced. Meng Qihai lowered his head in shame. But then he immediately looked up and said, Why don't we go out and give our thanks now? Fu Su shook his head warmly and said, Another day is better. Meng Qihai was puzzled and asked, Why? If we go out now, there will be so many people. It will be troublesome. Fu Su looked at him and said softly, Also, the difference in status between us and him is too great. I do not want them to feel that we are too high above when we start to interact. Meng Qihai heard the deeper meaning in Fu Su's words. His eyes lit up. You mean we should conceal our identities and interact with them? Fu Su sighed softly and frowned. I do not know why something like this happened today. I do not know if something like this will cause Mother Empress and Father King to change their minds. But even if they allow me to attend the Min Mountain sword trials, even if I do not want to, I fear that my whereabouts and identity will be hidden even more. Dressed in white robes, Yi Siling sat in a carriage and waited. Theoretically, she was the Realm 7 cultivator who should have appeared near Falling Parasol. However, not far from the carriage she was in, there were layers upon layers of canopies that stretched endlessly. Surprisingly, it was the fish market. Fish market was open for business, but today, it was even quieter and more deathly silent than the days of the New Year. Many of the shops were still open, but it was not just the people. Even the ghosts seemed to have disappeared. The originally narrow and crowded dirt path seemed to have become a little more spacious. A person dressed in a white fox fur robe, with a handsome appearance like a young master of a wealthy family, strolled through the alleys of Fish Market. With him as the center, there seemed to be countless whispers that sounded like ghosts. However, as he moved forward, these voices quickly disappeared in fear. He did not go too deep. After 100 steps, he seemed to be tired of the same scenery. He stopped and said with slight disdain, I do not know if these canopies are used to hide the ghost energy, or to hide the presence of Realm 7. But do I really have to tear them down before you are willing to come out? Mr. Bai, you are a true dragon of the river. This is just a small quagmire. I do not know what has angered Mr. Bai. Mr. Bai is not riding the waves in the river, but tearing down this quagmire that can barely fit you. An old voice sounded in the darkness. A stooped old man holding a black bamboo staff slowly walked out of the shadows of a narrow alley. This should not be something you are asking me, but something I should be asking you. Bai Shanshui looked at the black bamboo staff in the stooped old man's hand. In his perception, there were many black bamboos swaying in the surroundings. His jade-like face showed great disdain. I have come to Chongling more than a dozen times, but have never entered Fish Market before. The reason is because we all have our own paths, and do not cross each other's paths. However, you've gone too far. He paused slightly and looked coldly at the hunchbacked old man. While Fanjua treated me like the sect master, he was my senior sect brother. It is one thing for you to kill my senior sect brother, but you stole something from my cloud water palace. Do you really think I am dead? The stooped old man's expression froze slightly. He said solemnly, Mr. Bai, you must have misunderstood. Apologies. Bai Shanshui looked at the old man and said. The stooped old man stilled and did not understand his meaning. A person like Bai Shanshui, who could summon the clouds and reign like a dragon king, was no small matter. He would not feel that something was wrong because of his word. Apologies, Bai Shanshui repeated. Then he looked coolly at him and said, If I have misunderstood, why don't you tell me, of all the cultivation sects and places in Chongling, other than the master of Fish Market, who else in Chongling knows the secret arts of the Qi Ghost Bamboo sect, and which cultivator who knows this secret art has reached Realm 7? The stooped old man completely understood his meaning. I do not know who else in Chongling is like this. In reality, if we knew that Chongling suddenly had a cultivator like this, we would be shocked ourselves. The stooped old man looked up at Bai Shanshui and said seriously, But we do not know that your senior sect brother was killed by someone, much less that he died at the hands of a Realm 7 cultivator who cultivates the ghost bamboo in secret art. We really did not do this. Bai Shanshui shook his head and said, I did not come here today to listen to such powerless explanations. If you can say that there is such a cultivator in Chongling, I may believe you. Pity, there is no other place in Chongling that has such a cultivator. After a pause, he said with slight disdain, Only the former Shang family in Chongling is the traitorous disciple of the Qi dynasty's ghost bamboo sect. The stooped old man suddenly grew angry and said harshly, Bai Shanshui, do not be too presumptuous. I respect you as an outstanding person. Do you really think that Fish Market is afraid of you? You are from the Qin, I am from the Wei. We are enemies to begin with. You respect me because you fear my strength. As to me, the destruction of the Wei is related to the Shang family. If not for the Shang family's reform that allowed the Qin dynasty to prosper, how could you have the power to destroy 3 dynasties? So I do not have as good of an impression of the Shang family as you imagine. Bai Shanshui smiled coldly and then shook his head at the stooped old man. He said, You are not a match for me. You are too old, you cannot even take one blow from me. Chapter 158. Those above Realm 7 were great grandmasters. Which one of them was not a true talent? The hunchbacked old man's black bamboo staff started to sway slightly. Even though he knew that Bai Shanshui's words were likely to be true, he still did not want to lower his head. But at this time, his hands suddenly relaxed. He took a deep breath and forced his anger to calm. The innocent will know they are innocent. Mr. Bai prioritizes the Wei people. Even if you have doubts, why rush? A weak but exceptionally calm female voice sounded. You forced me out. What explanation do you want me to give you? Bai Shanshui slowly turned his head and looked at the red-robed woman holding a black zither who walked out from behind the hunchbacked old man. He sneered disdainfully. You dare to say that the innocent will know they are innocent. You dare to say that the people of Fish Market do not want my Lonely Mountain sword hoard and have not tried to investigate my whereabouts? The red-robed woman looked calmly at Bai Shanshui and said, Mr. Bai has the Lonely Mountain sword hoard and naturally understands that a man's wealth is his own ruin. Also, you said before that we are Qin and you are Wei. We are natural enemies. But if we kill you, we kill you. If we do not kill you, we do not kill you. The matter of killing your senior sect brother has nothing to do with Fish Market. Bai Shanshui's eyebrows rose. The red-robed woman said softly, I have said all I want to say. Even if Mr. Bai does not believe me, you must know that if we really fight for our lives here, even if this place is close to the Wei River, I think Mr. will not be able to escape unscathed. Bai Shanshui's eyebrows continued to rise. His long eyebrows gave off indescribable pride like two small swords. Whether you believe me or not, whether you can or can't, you have to try to know. He shook his head and looked at the red-robed woman. Will a person like me come to fish market for nothing? If other people called themselves a person like me, people would feel they were arrogant and ignorant. But when Bai Shanshui said this, it was natural. The hunchbacked old man suddenly became alert. But Bai Shanshui's right hand had flicked 3 times. 3 drops of water floated towards the hunchbacked old man. When they reached him, they magically turned into 3 transparent bubbles and wrapped around the old man's body. The woman in red seemed to have sensed something. She frowned slightly and reached out to play the zither. The strings of the zither vibrated. There was no sound, but countless black bamboos broke out of the ground. In an instant, the black bamboos were as dense as a forest, covering the sky and the sun. They formed a small world, covering all the yuan qi fluctuations in the area. Bai Shanshui walked forward slowly and confidently. Space and time seemed to have no boundaries before him. He arrived before the red-robed woman with a single step and reached out to strike her forehead. The red-robed woman raised her hand and clapped her palms together. Bai Shanshui had already retreated to her original spot. Countless wisps of black qi flowed in front of the red-robed woman. Her body shook slightly and she took a step back. At the same time, the hunchbacked old man was so angry that his hair stood on end. Endless black gas surged out from under his feet, making the place where he stood not look like the ground, but like a passage to an endless demonic realm. He extended the black bamboo cane in his hand and knocked it forward. However, what surprised him was that the 3 transparent water bubbles surrounding him were not as strong as he had imagined. With a strike of his black bamboo cane, the 3 transparent water bubbles suddenly collapsed. His attack seemed to have hit empty air with all his power. He felt indescribably sad. Bai Shanshui stood with his hands behind his back and looked silently at the countless black bamboos. The red-robed woman stepped in front of the hunchbacked old man. She pressed her hands on the zither and waited for Bai Shanshui to speak. However, at this moment, in the indescribably quiet black bamboo forest, a metallic voice rang out. Someone is waiting for you on the river surface. Bai Shanshui frowned. His body did not move, but a sharp sword essence broke out of his body. A transparent watery light flew through the air and directly cut open a gap in the black bamboo forest. The person who spoke from the hole was in his 50s. His short hair reached his ears, and he dressed like a businessman. He did not have a powerful presence, but his expression was unspeakably calm. Facing Bai Shanshui's gaze, he showed a hint of rebelliousness. Who is waiting for me on the river? Bai Shanshui narrowed his eyes and said slowly, with your weak cultivation, I can kill you at any time. So you better answer honestly. The short-haired man looked unconcernedly at Bai Shanshui. I am just a messenger. If Mr. Bai finds it interesting, then kill me. I want to see who dares to meet me on the river. Bai Shanshui did not speak. His body moved and he flashed out from the side of the short-haired man. In a moment, all of Fish Market was filled with white mist. A wave of white mist surged out from the side of Fish Market like a true dragon. The river was the river. Even if it was not stated, Bai Shanshui knew it had to be on the closest Wei River. The waves of the Wei River were great. In the winter, only 100 feet of the shore would freeze. While the snow had long melted, and even the floating ice was gone, the water was still bone-chillingly cold. There were not even many boats fishing on the river. When Bai Shanshui stepped onto the river, he was a true serpent. Waves rose naturally and supported his body. In that instant, he saw a figure standing on a reef that was only a few feet high in the middle of the river. This figure was not tall, half a head shorter than him. He was standing motionlessly, but in Bai Shanshui's eyes, he was indescribably proud. He himself was the most unruly, unrestrained, and arrogant person in the world. But every cultivator in the world knew that the Way Cloud Water Palace's method was strong when it encountered water. Once Bai Shan stepped onto this river, he would be at his strongest. But this person met him where Bai Shan was at his strongest. This person was even prouder than Bai Shan. Bai Shan stood motionless, but the waves pushed him faster than any boat in the world. Soon, he was only a few dozen feet from the person standing on the reef. Bai Shan paused when he felt the burning aura rippling in the air like red charcoal. His lips moved slightly as he said, "Fourth Mr. Zhao?" In the next moment, he sneered. "I was wondering who in the world could be so proud. Now I think it is only the swords of the Zhao sword furnace." The handsome young person standing on the reef was much shorter than ordinary men. His expression was calm, but his gaze was unimaginably sharp. This was the strongest of the Zhao sword furnace, Zhao Si. Hearing Bai Shanshui's words, Zhao Si said coolly, "You are very different from the rumored brute. You forced the eldest miss of the Shang family to fight at full power. I think you just want to test if she has just been through a fierce battle." Zhao 7 died in the streets of Chongling. Zhao Si and Zhao Yi appeared together in Chongling. Bai Shanshui looked scornfully at Zhao Si and said, "You did not meet me to praise me." Zhao Si did not disguise and said calmly, "Of course it is for the Lonely Mountain Sword Horde." Bai Shanshui smiled. His smile was unspeakably enchanting. Everyone in the world wants the Lonely Mountain Sword Horde. Zhao Si glanced at him and said, "I am not like them. Other than the Lonely Mountain Sword Horde, I want to see your sword. Even without the Lonely Mountain Sword Horde, I want to see your sword." Bai Shanshui put away his smile and did not speak. Zhao Si continued, "My master's sword was formed in the past, and he wanted to see all the swords in the world. Later, he fell into a trap. Before he died, his only regret was that he did not have a chance to fight that person. I am his most trusted disciple, and naturally have to fulfill his last wish. I have admired the Way Cloud Water Palace's white mountain black water sword for a long time." Bai Shanshui said sarcastically, "It seems that the rumors are true. The people of the Zhao sword furnace are all crazy. Our paths are different in the end." Zhao Si looked at Bai Shanshui and said calmly, "All these years, your actions have always been with Wei as the leader. There is no hope of reviving the country, but you want to hold up a forest with your sword, and shelter the remaining elders of the Wei dynasty. But the Zhao sword furnace is not like you. The Zhao sword furnace is just a place of pure cultivation. We have never had thoughts of serving a dynasty or a king. We only pursue the sword path of the Zhao sword furnace. We have a country in our hearts, but no king. Since the country does not exist, we only have enemies and the sword path we seek. In the eyes of many people, as great rebels, there were many possibilities of working together. But the true situation was that two tigers could not live on one mountain. Bai Shanshui and Zhao Si had not interacted for many years due to their different pursuit. Naturally, there was no regret that they had not met earlier. Also, no expert who was about to reach the peak would share the treasure in their hands with someone they had never met before. No one was willing to give up their high position to someone else, even if it was just a possibility, especially when facing someone like Zhao Si who could decide the future of the world. Everyone wants to complete what they want to do. Bai Shanshui looked at Zhao Si and said slowly, "Everyone wants the Lonely Mountain Sword Horde, but the Lonely Mountain Sword Horde ended up in my hands. So I am fated." Then he took a deep breath and said even more slowly, "I have wanted to see the strongest sword of the Zhao sword furnace for a long time." Chapter 159. Those above Realm 7 were grandmasters who controlled the world. True rebels had extraordinary presence. Most of the realm's 7 grandmasters in the world had never seen Bai Shan and the legendary 4th Mr. Zhao, but most knew they were not a match for Bai Shan and 4th Mr. Zhao. It was not a problem of cultivation methods and sword manuals. There was never a strongest sword manual, only stronger people. The Wei and Zhao dynasties had countless cultivation places. The reason only Bai Shan of Cloud Water Palace and 4th Mr. Zhao of the Zhao Sword Furnace were recognized as extraordinary existences was because they were the strongest people, and possessed a spirit ordinary people could not imagine. When Bai Shan and 4th Mr. Zhao met, how could this be an ordinary battle between realm 7s? Hearing Bai Shan's slow words, 4th Mr. Zhao still stood with his hands behind his back. But the white clouds above the river suddenly turned red and turned into fiery clouds. Bai Shan expressionlessly reached out with his hand. The roaring river in front of him suddenly stopped flowing. Half of the river was cut off, not by a powerful force, but by a mountainous primal energies of the universe, forming a spinning pool in front of him. Countless water grasses at the bottom of the river were exposed to the sunlight. Countless fish and shrimps jumped in confusion and terror in the dehydrated sand, not knowing what had happened. Seeing half of the river turn into a jade pool, and the bottom of the river turn into a plain, 4th Mr. Zhao had an expression of admiration. My generation likes to learn the sword, and spent 10 years in a cold pool. He first recited a line that Bai Shan had sung and fought in Chongling. Then he looked at the jade pool that gave off astounding sword essence and praised, "It seems this is the life-bond sword you spent 10 years to cultivate." Bai Shan did not answer. A thick green flame rose from the jade pool. A thick green longsword was pulled out of the pool and landed in his hand. After this sword was pulled out of the jade pool, the spinning pool in front of him seemed to lose its soul, turning to ordinary water and scattering into the dehydrated riverbed. The fish and shrimps felt the world around them being filled with the water they relied on to survive. They did not feel joy, but fled from this area in terror. The green color of the long sword was deeper and brighter than any gemstone, but the inside of the sword was black and white, vaguely resembling a white mountain and black water. Bai Shan held the sword and looked indifferently at Zhao Si. "My sword is already in my hand. Now let me see your sword." Zhao Si nodded, then looked up into the sky and said, "Then take this strike of mine." Bai Shan sensed something and looked up into the sky. High up in the sky, which no one could see with their eyes, the natural powers were getting thinner and thinner. At the height where the natural powers were so thin that they had almost completely disappeared, there were many magical light arcs, disordered star powers, the essence fire of the sun, and both extreme coldness and extreme heat. There was a small red sword floating inside, receiving the washing and tempering of the extreme cold and heat. It moved along a fixed path like a star, but there was a thought connected to Zhao Si. His thoughts were so great that even his life-bond sword flew in the sky like a star. Not many people could understand what 4th Mr. Zhao meant by sacrificing himself to seek the path. In this moment, the small sword seemed to wake up. Before it accelerated, it gave off crimson flames and then started to fall at a terrifying speed. The crimson-red flames and the primal energies of the universe rubbed against each other, causing the flames to grow fiercer. In a fraction of a breath, the layer of true fire outside the sword became pure and colorless. Under the impact of the terrifying speed, and the pressure of the surrounding primal energies of the universe, it turned into a layer of glass-like matter that stuck tightly to the sword. The fire outside the sword turned crimson and became more and more intense. When it really passed through the burning clouds on the river's surface and appeared in Bai Shan's sight, it had already become a huge crimson fireball with a flame tail more than 10 miles long. Such a ball of fire could be seen from many high places in Chongling. On a stargazing platform in the imperial palace of the Qin dynasty, a historian saw a shooting star like this in the day and paled. A falling star in the day, deep red in color, this is a demon star. Wild winds howled on the river surface. Fourth Mr. Zhao's sword was still dozens of feet away from the river surface. The river water under Bai Shanshui's feet had dried up layer by layer, turning into steam with terrifying heat. Bai Shanshui's eyes showed true shock. Seeing such a sword, he finally believed that the legend of the Grandmaster of the Zhao sword furnace burning the lake with one sword in the war between the Qin and Zhao was true. This was a sword that contained the true fire of the star and the furnace of the world. But he did not think he would lose. This was a great river connected to the sea, and not a sealed lake. He took a deep breath. A unique wave of primal energies of the universe was released from his body and landed in the river water under his feet. He seemed to be one with the entire Wei River. He swung his sword at the ball of fire like a demon star. Vast blue waves surged from the surface of the river, and the terrifying chi of heaven and earth was summoned from afar. However, it did not travel in the air, but in the deep water. It was like a real dragon swimming in the water, and finally converged into the dark green long sword in his hand. White mountains and black water came out of the sword like they were creating a unique world. The two colors of sword chi rapidly transformed in front of him. First, it formed a huge white coiling snake. It opened its huge mouth and bit at the falling fireball. Then, the black color behind the white color condensed into a huge black turtle. The energies of the white snake and black turtle resonated with the stars in the sky. The yin and yang changed, creating the Xuanwu essence that was both offensive and defensive. The moment the white coiled snake opened its mouth, a ball of cold blue sword energy flashed and immediately extinguished half of the deep red ball of fire. Zhao Ci's eyes started to give off heated light. The small sword in the center of the crimson fireball suddenly cut out countless paths in the air according to his will. In an instant, tens of thousands of glazed crystal light poured down. When the two collided, the cold dark green sword light was immediately eliminated. A cracking sound was heard. The white snake caught his small sword in its mouth, but could not stop it at all. It exploded from the snake's head. Bai Shanshui exclaimed softly. Balls of black fiendish energy rose like clouds. In a flash, all the water and fire disappeared. Only a thin ring of mist spread on the river surface. Bai Shanshui, holding the green sword, was in front of fourth Mr. Zhao. Bai Shanshui stabbed with his sword. The sword he stabbed at fourth Mr. Zhao did not have any dazzling light or shadow, but when this sword stabbed out, the waves on the river completely disappeared, and the great river instantly became deathly still. This was his most powerful sword strike. Not only did it contain his most powerful essence, energy, and spirit, it also contained the heavenly Tao of water. Fourth Mr. Zhao made a soft sound of surprise. But he only made a sound of surprise. The small sword with a layer of fire flowing on it landed in front of him. He gripped the small sword simply and stabbed at Bai Shanshui. There was a loud bang. Fourth Mr. Zhao's small sword and Bai Shanshui's green sword collided and gave off endless flows of heat. Fourth Mr. Zhao's expression was cold. He seemed to be in the smithy of the past. Facing the flow of the river, all the fires in the smithy seemed to be extinguished. Yet a scene from the past appeared in his mind. In the pouring rain, a weathered and unruly man held a red-hot hammer and swung it down, creating sparks. In the next moment, he put the red-hot hammer and the sword he had just struck into the water under the eave. There was a hiss. The red hammer and sword turned black and cold. At this time, a sound sounded in front of fourth Mr. Zhao. The heat of the small sword in his hand disappeared, turning into black and cold metal as it continued to move forward. The green longsword in Bai Shanshui's hand suddenly shook, and his entire body flew backwards. His feet never left the surface of the water. As his figure floated up, a huge wave suddenly swept up behind him on the surface of the river. Fourth Mr. Zhao's figure did not move. The small sword in his hand recovered its red color and slowly lowered. His clothing was disheveled, and countless strands of hair flew behind his head. To everyone's shock, he revealed his female appearance. What was even more shocking was Bai Shan. Countless ripping sounds came from his body. His white fox fur coat split open, revealing a snow-white area on his chest. There was actually a deep ravine. As his figure took several steps back, the tattered fox fur coat scattered. His figure was graceful, and he did not have his usual manliness. He was clearly a tall and beautiful woman. Fourth Mr. Zhao's expression did not change. He looked at Bai Shan and said, "So the strongest rebel in the world, Bai Shan, is a woman?" Bai Shan's presence was disordered, and he revealed his true appearance. His face was covered in frost. He said, "Are you not the same?" Fourth Mr. Zhao looked coolly at him and said, "The Zhao have many widows and women. The men of the Zhao had mostly died before the Zhao were destroyed. It is normal that most of the remaining are women." Bai Shan took a breath. While he did not use vital energy to control his body and returned to his female appearance, he was still heroic and had an indescribable charm. Her expression calmed and she looked coldly at Fourth Mr. Zhao. She said, "It seems that I can only call you Fourth Miss Zhao in the future." Fourth Mr. Zhao retorted, "Before entering the sect, I was called Zhao Miao, but I do not know Miss Bai's name. Bai Shan only means white mountain and black water, and is not your true name." Bai Shan's eyes immediately showed hints of embarrassment, but she still gritted her teeth and said, "I am Bai Lu." Fourth Mr. Zhao said calmly, "Bai Lu is Frost, a good name." Bai Shan sneered. "While you won by half a move, it is impossible to keep me here. Do you think you can humiliate me with words?" Fourth Mr. Zhao shook his head and said calmly, "I am just surprised." After saying this, she looked at the distant Chongling and slowly said, "Chongling is the place that nurtures true dragons. The strongest cultivators in the world all come from Chongling. Is this true? It seems that you have had some fortuitous encounters in these days in Chongling. Otherwise, I think I would not have just won by half a move." Bai Shan's lips trembled. She knew Fourth Mr. Zhao spoke the truth. The river water surged along with her emotions. At this moment, there was an additional white and graceful figure on the surface of the river. Chapter 160. There was more than one woman in Chongling who could walk on the waves as though they were flat ground, but only one of them liked to wear white. There were rumors that she was doing this to worship that person. She was using the gray-black color of Chongling to express dissatisfaction, so she had been exiled overseas. Yet she had returned from the storm and killed Zhao Zhan with one blow. She was naturally the bureau chief of the astrology bureau, Yi Xiling. In a few breaths, she was on the water near Bai Shan and Zhao Si. Originally, it was a gathering of heroes, but now it has become a show between three women. Yi Xiling looked disdainfully at Bai Shan and Zhao Si. He said, "The two most famous heroes in the world are both women. If the news spreads, those arrogant men should find a piece of tofu to kill themselves." Bai Shan glanced at Yi Xiling. At this time, her clothing was disheveled, but she had recovered her calm and her usual arrogance. "You are also here. It seems you started the matter of killing my senior sect brother and luring me into fish market?" she said with a cold smile, her eyes narrowed slightly. Yi Xiling glanced casually at her and said, "You and I are enemies. Why do I have to give you an explanation? Why do you have to be troubled by such a problem?" Zhao Si said coolly, "We are all people in the game, there is no need to distinguish between us. If this is a trap set by her, she is not the only one here. She is just borrowing the sword to kill. But what is laughable is that the Yuanwu Emperor is Realm 8. There are so many Realm 7 cultivators in Chongling, So many marquises, generals, and ministers, but only one woman dares to come here and fight to the death with us. Bai Shan thought for a moment, straightened her clothing and sneered. It is to deal with the Deer Mountain Conference. They do not dare to be injured. Yi Siling looked at Zhao Si and smiled, showing 2 faint dimples. Fourth, Mr. Zhao, you two have expended a lot of energy. Neither of you is a match for me right now. Why don't we work together and kill Bai Shan? You take the Lonely Mountain Sword Horde, and I take her for the reward. This is fair. We have stayed long enough. Zhao Si turned to look at Bai Shan and said, What do you think? Bai Shan sneered and said, Even if we join hands to kill her, we will definitely be injured and fall into someone else's trap. At that time, out of the 4 most wonderful women in the world, 3 will die in an instant, and only Zheng Xiu will be left. She will be very happy at that time. Anyone who talked about themselves, especially when praising others, would feel strange. However, when she talked about it, it always made people feel that it was natural. Zhao Si smiled faintly and said, You say that the most exciting in the world right now are the 4 women. I can agree with this number, but you say there is Zheng Xiu among them. Her cultivation is high, but she relied on schemes, and the power of men to sit in the middle palace. How is she exciting? Speaking of the 4, the eldest miss of the Gongsun family and the eldest miss of the Shang family are stronger than her in my eyes. Yi Siling frowned and pouted like an innocent young girl. He said mockingly, In the world of cultivators, women are not as good as men. This is a fact. The number of Realm 7 female cultivators in the world can be counted on one hand. They are not as good as men. You two find it interesting to boast about yourselves here? You are the same as us, but you insist on staying in Chongling to be a sword in someone's hand. Zhao Si was the shortest of the 3, but her gaze was the sharpest. She swept a glance and seemed to see through Yi Siling. She said coldly, You are putting yourself in danger. What are you scheming? As a chess piece, can you flip out of the hands of the one who placed the piece? Also, in Chongling, there is more than one person who can place a piece above you. Bai Shan laughed as though no one was around. Maybe she also wants to be the empress? Yi Siling was not angry. 2 small dimples appeared on his cheeks again. I want to. If I succeed, I have to thank you for your auspicious words. Yi Siling usually roared in the mountains and forests with her sword. If she did not feel like it, she would strike with her sword. She was more arrogant than most men, but in terms of bickering, she was not a match for Yi Siling. Hearing Yi Siling's response, she grew angry and narrowed her eyes again. Zhao Si looked coolly at Yi Siling and said, I see that you have not given up. I heard that the 9-death silkworm has appeared, so you have returned from overseas? Yi Siling frowned and said, You do not need to test me with words, and do not need to act like you are thinking for me. Zhao Zhan died at my hands. I think that if we meet, one of us will die. Zhao Si's expression did not change. She said coolly, I think that the person who set up this situation today also feels that I will kill you. The people of the Zhao Sword Furnace cultivate the Sword of Death. But this person did not expect that my path is not here. So many people of the Zhao Sword Furnace have died, so many people have died, just to complete Teacher's path. Teacher's path is the path I will walk today. After a pause, Zhao Si slowly raised the small sword in her hand and said coolly, Since you have come today, you will act it out to the end. Let me experience your one sky water first. Yi Siling did not speak and looked up into the sky. There seemed to be a mountain flying in the sky. A glowing water droplet appeared in her hand and then turned into a sword. In the previous battle with Bai Shan, Zhao Si had always been the last to move. Even when Bai Shan was at her strongest, she had still won and wounded Bai Shan. But now, she was the first to move. The power in her body suddenly exploded, flooding into the small sword in her hand and gathering at the tip of the small sword. Her body was like an enormous furnace, and the tip of the small sword seemed to give birth to a crimson star. Yi Xiling stabbed with his sword. The sword in her hand suddenly disappeared when she stabbed. Her sword had never existed before, but now it had disappeared. An extremely soft power wrapped around the small crimson sword in Zhao Ci's hand, causing this small sword that seemed to carry a star forward to be unable to move forward. Zhao Ci frowned slightly. So Bureau Chief Ye's strongest skill is not the storm, but the method of using soft to subdue hard. She shook her head and spoke. Then she released her hand. In the battle with Bai Shanshui, she had lost much of her energy and her killing intent had disappeared. Since she could not defeat Yi Xiling's attack, and could not advance, she retreated. She released her hand. The small crimson sword shook, retreated, and flew into the sky. In the blink of an eye, the small sword had already flown into the endless sky, towards where it came from. Her figure, like a real flying sword, broke through the air and flew backwards. As Zhao Ci retreated, Bai Shanshui threw the thick green longsword in her hand down. This simple toss caused Bai Shanshui to cough up a mouthful of blood. The water in the river immediately disappeared. But unlike before, the fish and shrimps had fled far away. Only the aquatic plants at the bottom of the river lay weakly in the slightly damp sand. The thick green longsword disappeared, and an enormous spinning pool immediately covered Yi Xiling. Yi Xiling gave a long howl. Her body was like a heavy rock that had landed at the bottom of the pool. She released waves of vital energy. With a great boom, a torrential rain started to pour from the river. But these raindrops did not fall from the sky, but from the depths of the river towards the sky. The glowing water droplets that formed around her cut into the spinning pool, turning into more water that sprayed into the sky. In a flash, the glowing water droplets formed thousands of small glowing swords that formed a sword formation. Yi Xiling took a deep breath and gave another howl. A mouthful of bright red blood dripped down from the corner of her tightly pressed lips. The thousands of small glowing swords stabbed out together into the pool. The pool was like a serpent pinned by thousands of small swords, unable to summon wind and rain. In the next moment, it turned into countless streams of water that charged towards the bottom of the river. Poof! Like a giant dragon spitting out a pearl, Yi Xiling was charged out of the river by a powerful wave of energy. As she started to fall from the sky, the river closed, the waves surged, and Bai Shanshui was nowhere to be seen. Drops of blood bloomed on her white robes like red plum blossoms. In the muddy river water, a faint stream of blood spread like a wounded serpent leaving behind a trail. Yi Xiling coughed softly. It was not clear whether her dim eyes were filled with regret or joy. At this time, deep in the imperial palace of the Qin dynasty, in a square copper palace, the Yuanwu emperor, the strongest emperor in the history of the Qin dynasty, slowly raised his head. He was dressed in casual robes, his hair uncombed, and his appearance unkempt. Above Realm 8 there were wonders that Realm 7 could not imagine. There seemed to be countless stars flowing in his eyes. Zhao Ci's sword was like a falling demon star. It was too powerful. As it flew back into the sky like it was returning to its scabbard, he caught its trajectory. He took a deep breath and raised his hands slightly. He could not help but want to attack. But other people could not sense it. For a cultivator of his cultivation, this was a long hesitation. His hands hung down and his fingers flicked slightly. In the Empress' study, the patio above the spirit spring suddenly shot out countless pure rays of light. The rays of light crisscrossed. The points of intersection became brighter, like countless small stars floating above the multiple lotuses in the spirit spring. A hint of coldness flowed across the Empress' flawless face. She raised her left hand and numerous pure rays of light shot out of her fingertip. In the sky, the crimson-red sword was about to return to its fixed trajectory and float down. But at this time, in the cold space above, starlight like the tail of a comet surged out. They turned into pale white pillars of fire without any warmth and swept onto the crimson-red sword. Zhao Si had landed on a mountain peak. Her eyes were filled with shock and anger. With a pop, she vomited a mouthful of blood. She could not control her body and fell to the ground. In the sky, the light in the seal scripts of the crimson-red sword was extinguished. It was scorched black, turning into a piece of rusted iron and falling to an unknown place. Chapter 161. The Life-Bond Sword was an item that cultivated both life and life. Especially for a life-bond sword like fourth Mr. Zhao Miao's, the sword embryo was not an ordinary item. Who knew how many years of hard work she had spent to cultivate to her current state? Today it was destroyed. Her energy C and mental power were both heavily injured. Naturally, she was extremely shocked and angry. While you destroyed my life-bond sword, you cannot kill me today. I have seen a thread of Realm 8. It will be harder to kill me in the future. Yet this fury immediately turned into a kind of tenacity and sharpness in her eyes. This kind of adversity seemed to stimulate her desire to pursue the sword path of the sword furnace. Why is it like this? At this time, a furious young man with thick brows appeared on the peak. It was Zhao Yi. Bazin Kendo Ground's Starfire Comet Tail Sword. The one who attacked was Jing Xiu. Zhao Miao coughed out a mouthful of strange pink blood and sneered. She just borrowed some of the Yuanwu Emperor's power today. She made me suffer a blow. In the future, I will pay her back. Zhao Yi took a deep breath and nodded. This was natural for him, who also came from the sword furnace. But at this time, Zhao Miao's gaze flashed violently. She said coldly, "Go find Bai Shanshui." Zhao Yi stilled. In his view, while Bai Shanshui had been greatly wounded in battle, he may not be a match for her at this time. Also, when Bai Shanshui entered the Wei River, she was a true serpent entering the estuary. He could not find Bai Shanshui. Also, Zhao Miao was seriously injured. This place was extremely dangerous. The most important thing was to immediately escort her away. Bai Shanshui will not go far. I am not telling you to chase after her. Zhao Miao glanced at him, her expression growing colder. Today this is a grand scheme. The person who set up this grand scheme will not let us leave easily. My life-bond sword is destroyed. For those people in Chongling, I am not as important as Bai Shanshui, who carries the secrets of the Lonely Mountain Sword Hoard. Even if I cannot take the Lonely Mountain Sword Hoard, I will not let it fall into the hands of the person who set this up. Zhao Yi glanced at her, his expression still hesitant. Zhao Miao looked down, her face filled with indescribable murderousness. While I am seriously injured, it will not be so easy for these people from Chongling to kill me. Zhao Yi was stunned. He sensed an indescribable presence coming from Zhao Miao. This presence, in his memories, seemed to have appeared on the teacher everyone in the Zhao sword furnace respected greatly. Be careful. He didn't say anything else. He took a deep breath and nodded. When Zhao Yi and Bai Shanshui disappeared, Yi Xiling felt tired. She sat down on the rock where Mr. Zhao Miao had been standing. Then, she sensed a subtle change in qi activity in the direction of the imperial city. Then, she sensed a violent fluctuation in the endless sky. She knew more about the Yuanwu Emperor and Jing Xiu than almost all the cultivators in the world. In the past, when the Qin had destroyed the three dynasties, she had seen Jing Xiu's Starfire Comet Tail sword sweep down from the sky like a true comet tail more than once. Jing Xiu's sword essence, where the sword and star became one, was similar to Zhao Miao's sword essence that had been tempered by starfire and turned into a meteor. While it was not as direct and sharp as Zhao Miao's sword essence, Jing Xiu's life-bond sword was hidden somewhere in the stars. It was only the sword that broke the starfire. But Jing Xiu's cultivation was slightly higher than Zhao Miao's, and clearly, she had received help from the Yuanwu Emperor. She could imagine the outcome of Zhao Miao's life-bond sword. For the greatest rebel of the Qin dynasty, Mr. Zhao Miao's life-bond sword being destroyed was like cutting off an arm of Mr. Zhao Miao's. Just from this, the person who set this trap today was very generous. But would it stop here? Was the one who set this trap today the Yuanwu Emperor, the Empress, the two ministers, or someone else? Of the three people caught in this trap, only she knew who had killed Fanzhua. Only she knew that while she had Han Sancher conceal the presence of the 9 Hell King sword that day, the presence that had led by Shan Shui to Fish Market had not been her handiwork. Other than the former Shang family, who else in the court was a powerful cultivator of the Qi Ghost Bamboo sect? To be able to set up such a trap there, they should know that she had concealed the matter of Fanzhua and the 9 Hell King sword. Then what would they do to her next? Women are often stubborn. Thinking of Zhao Miao's words, and how he still chose to stay in Chongling, Yi Siling smiled self-deprecatingly, and said to himself. In the middle of the river, Bai Shanshui stood silently like a water immortal moving with the flow. Using some kind of secret art, her breathing did not seem to be obstructed in this flow of water. All the blood on her body had been washed clean. Her presence was as pure as the cleanest water, but her face was pale. She did not know much about the powerful secret arts of the Bazin Kendo ground, but when Zhao Miao's life-bond sword was destroyed, she had sensed the powerful energy collision in the sky. She knew that only the few people in the Chongling Imperial Palace could do such a thing. At this time, she realized that the one who set up this trap today was not as simple as a marquis. The secret arts of Cloud Water Palace could allow her to stay in the water for dozens of days, and cause her presence to completely merge with the flow of water. Even if Emperor Yuanwu, a Realm 8, came to the surface of the river, she was confident she would not be detected. Yet when fourth Mr. Zhao Miao's life-bond sword was destroyed, she felt great unease. She felt that in this grand scheme, this was just the beginning. When this feeling of unease rose, she no longer hesitated. She took out a glass pill bottle from her sleeve, poured out the only blood-red pill inside, and put it into her mouth. A sickly blush appeared on her face. The water flow that wrapped around her didn't seem to be any different, but her figure within it was more than twice as fast, turning into a white flowing shadow. In less than the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the water she was in became deeper. In the dark water in front of her, a huge white shadow appeared and rapidly approached her. This was an enormous white carp, its eyes flashing with intelligence. This was a friend Bai Shanshui had made when she cultivated the sword in the water many years ago. Usually, she would be overjoyed to see this white carp, but the moment she saw this white carp, she suddenly realized where her great unease came from. No! She gave a shrill cry in the water. A string of air and sound waves exploded in front of her. In this moment, the enormous white shadow suddenly froze in the water. A circle of red light spread along its head, dyeing the world in front of Bai Shanshui and her eyes red. My generation likes to learn the sword. 10 years in the cold pool. One day, I killed the serpent, the blue water crimson for 3 months today. I will fight Chongling, and in the future, I will kill the Qin king? Ha ha ha, Bai Shanshui, you were arrogant in Chongling back then, but you did not expect that in the eyes of the Emperor, you are just a stray dog. A wave of arrogant laughter caused the water to explode. A figure dressed in ordinary gray robes gripped one of the white carp's whiskers with one hand and pulled the white carp's head into his hand. At the same time, a terrifying sword essence came from his right hand. The inky green sword light was like an enormous water plant that surged in front of Bai Shanshui. There was an explosion on the originally calm river surface, and a huge water column with a radius of over 100 feet appeared. Bai Shanshui was forced out of the water by this sword. Lian Bo! Bai Shanshui was furious. With a shout, she gripped the green sword in her hand. that gray figure had floated to the surface of the water. This was a middle-aged man holding an inky green sword. He was dressed in the most ordinary gray robes of Chongling. His features were ordinary, but there was a straight sword mark and the brand of a prisoner on his forehead. He looked shocking to the eye. At this time, this man casually threw away the white carp's head. He looked at Bai Shanshui and said emotionally, "After 19 years, we finally meet again." Bai Shanshui laughed in anger. "As a person of Wei, you have become a marquis of the Qin dynasty. You have enjoyed all the glory and wealth. You still remember your past grudges, and the enmity of your sect. This powerful cultivator with the straight sword mark and the brand of a prisoner could only be Marquis Lian of the 13 marquises of the Qin dynasty. While he had land and a marquis establishment in Chongling, he usually guarded the Xiongqiang region. He had great power among the vassal countries in that region, and was called half the king of Chong. Now, he had been secretly moved to Chongling, and appeared in front of Bai Shanshui. Also, from Bai Shanshui's words, Marquis Lian was a person of Wei. Lian Bo touched the scar on his forehead and smiled. But his smile was slightly bleak. If not for the fact that your cloud water palace was so powerful in the past, and the sects that disagreed with you were eradicated, the Wei would not have been unable to recover. Even if it could not escape the fate of destruction, it would not have been destroyed so quickly. If we really want to argue, it is not about who is the true culprit behind the destruction of the Wei. Now, the Wei has been destroyed for so many years, but you are still focused on serving the country. Think about it, because of your existence, the Qin always had a bad attitude towards the Wei people. You want the Wei people to have good lives, but you do not know that those people have bad lives because of people like you. Bai Shanshui sneered in disdain. After being a dog for so many years, you really think like a dog. Lian Bo narrowed his eyes and smiled. He said, "The king of Wei's bones are probably rotten by now. There is no meaning in saying this. I only remember that when my sect was destroyed, my teachers and senior brothers all died under your sword." Bai Shanshui did not look at him. He looked coldly at the sword in his hand and the blood of the white carp spreading in the water. He said, "Your family in the past has all died, but now, you have more family in the marquis establishment than before." Lian Bo understood the meaning of Bai Shanshui's words. He took a deep breath and said seriously, "So even if I die today, I will have you die here." Chapter 162. Bai Shanshui smiled coldly. Just like how Liang Lian was also Realm 7, but she did not think much of him. Usually, a Realm 7 cultivator like Liang Lian was not a match for her, but the other had the ability to kill her right now. Also, Lian Bo was one of the 13 marquises. Even Liang Lian had so many powerful subordinates. Today, Lian Bo was determined to kill her here. How could he be alone? 3 small boats appeared on the misty surface of the river. There was a person standing on each of the 3 small boats. One of them was bald and wore large silver earrings. He was dressed in strange clothes. One of them was elegant, dressed like a scholar. The last one was covered in iron armor and carried 2 swords on his back. He weighed down the small boat to the point that it almost sank into the water. These 3 were naturally the 3 experts under Lian Bo's command, Zhang Guangdao, Lu Zongtang, and Li Daozhou. "You are willing to spend." Bai Shanshui looked disdainfully at Lian Bo. In the next moment, her face became expressionless. A wave rose from under her feet as she charged towards Zhang Guangdao. Zhang Guangdao was originally from the Chong people and was originally a horse gang on the border. He had been defeated by Lian Bo a few years ago. After being trained by Lian Bo, his cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds. However, since Lian Bo and Bai Shanshui were old enemies, Bai Shanshui naturally knew his subordinates very well. She knew that Zhang Guangdao was the weakest of the three, so the first thing she wanted to do was to break through Zhang Guangdao. At this time, Lian Bo was of great status in the Qin dynasty. He had spent a great deal of effort to sneak back to Chongling. He had stayed in the water for more than a dozen days to track Bai Li. Bai Shanshui had previously said that if he escaped, she would slaughter the Lian Marquisate establishment. But when Bai Shanshui charged towards Zhang Guangdao, he only smiled disdainfully and did not move. Ha 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 ha. Good. Bai Shanshui was so famous, but seeing Bai Shanshui charge over, Zhang Guangdao laughed madly instead. His mouth was large, and when he laughed, his mouth took up half of his face. Bai Shanshui's breathing suddenly stopped, and she felt danger again. At this moment, Zhang Guangdao's hands surged with true essence. With a loud clang, he opened a copper box in his hand. The bottom of this copper box was made of a silver-white crystal. The runes engraved on it were like an ancient palace, and on this strange silver-white crystal, there were dozens of extremely thin silver-white iron small swords floating like stars in the starry sky. These dozens of small silver swords were not much larger than the bamboo sticks that ordinary people used to pick their teeth. But at this time, Zhang Guangdao's vital energy flooded into the bottom of the copper box. These dozens of small silver swords gave off a presence as heavy as a mountain. To be more precise, each of the dozens of small silver swords exuded an aura like that of a tin mountain. Bai Shanshui's expression changed drastically. She could feel the aura rushing into her body. Even her mouth and nose could smell the astringent smell. Her chest felt like it was filled with countless pieces of tin. Tin Mountain Sword Box. Li Lingjun. She realized what this was, and an even colder chill rose in her heart. Even the strongest seal soldier of the Chu dynasty, what Li Lingjun used to protect his life, had appeared in the hands of Lian Bo's three subordinates. This trap even included Li Lingjun. To make Li Lingjun pay such a price, then what was the reward? Time was too short, and she did not have time to think of more possibilities. The thick green longsword in her hand vibrated countless times, each time sending out terrifying primal energies of the universe. The sword essence that had been moving forward rose layer by layer. Countless mirror-like water curtains appeared in front of Bai Shanshui. At this time, dozens of small silver-white iron swords flew out of the copper box in Zhang Guangdao's hand. When each small sword flew out of the copper box, its trajectory had already been planned by the runes in the copper box. Zhang Guangdao had used almost all of his vital energy to activate the vast power of the sword box at the start, just to ensure that these small swords would not be destroyed by external power. At this time, the material of these small swords and their trajectories naturally formed a large formation, and brought out even more terrifying power. Boom boom boom. Countless explosions sounded in front of Bai Shanshui. In this moment, it was like countless tin mountains were smashing into her sword moves. Bai Shanshui was already on the defensive. When the sword formation formed by the tin swords came, her first instinct was that she could block it. She even had the thought that nothing was more than that. But in the next moment, her true perception made her realize that she was no longer the same as before. Her breathing became extremely difficult. Her chest had been stuffed with many pieces of tin, but now these pieces of tin seemed to have many edges and gave off powder. She felt a strong sense of disgust. She tasted sweetness in her throat, and then vomited blood uncontrollably. Disdain rose in Lian Bo's eyes. How could Bai Shanshui compare to someone who could set up such a situation? She had been the weakest person on the river, but with the Tin Mountain sword box in hand, her attack was even stronger than his. How could Bai Shanshui withstand it? Poof, poof, poof. Bai Shanshui vomited a mouthful of blood. She took 3 steps back like she was standing on solid ground, and 3 enormous white lotus-like splashes exploded under her. Her hair that had just been tied up was disheveled again, and her breathing was slightly disorderly. But at this time, Lien Bo sensed something and suddenly turned his head. But as one of the 13 marquises of the Qin dynasty, Lien Bo's full power attack in his fury was not so easy to deal with. He was still dozens of feet from the shore, but when he reached out his hand, the returning water wrapped around his arm. The water was like an extension of his arm. He seemed to be gripping the inky green sword that had been hit. Then he shouted, and the inky green sword pressed forward like a mountain. Zhao Yi's eyes were blazing with flames. Magma-like flames ignited between his feet and the ground. His body seemed to be unable to withstand this kind of power and was about to fly backward. But he still had a sword. He had 2 swords. He always used one to smash and the other to fly against his enemies. A wave of fire exploded from his sleeve. The small sword, so red it was almost black, accelerated and slashed at the water behind the inky green sword. There was a hiss. The water was cut off, and the inky green sword was sent flying backwards. Zhao Yi laughed madly. The 13 marquises of the Qin dynasty are just this. Chapter 163. When Lien Bo's sword was broken, the qi in his body shook violently. For a moment, he couldn't say anything. Seeing that Zhao Yi could still laugh wildly, he felt a trace of coldness in his body. Bai Shanshui's vital energy cultivation most likely surpassed Realm 7 second class, but they were both Realm 7 third class. His cultivation would not be shorter than Zhao Yi's, and he had experienced many years of fighting in the Xiongqiang region. But now, he was not even a match for Zhao Yi. Did he really lack the spirit to conquer the mountains and rivers compared to these great rebels? In today's small situation, Zhang Guangdao with the Tin Mountain sword box had the weakest cultivation, but he was the most important person. Amidst Zhao Yi's wild laughter, his expression was dark. He channeled all of his remaining vital energy into the seal weapon in his hand. There was a loud boom. With his vital energy used up, he could not control the recoil of the Tin Mountain sword box. As he lost his footing, the little boat under him flipped over. His body fell into the water. At the same time, the dozens of small swords flew out again. These dozens of small swords led the vast primal energies of the universe through the air. They did not stab towards Zhao Yi, but towards Bai Shanshui, who was walking behind him. The sword formation formed by the dozens of small swords fell down like a prison and wanted to trap Bai Shanshui within. Sensing the movement of these small swords, Bai Shanshui had no intentions of attacking. His eyes were extremely cold and filled with madness. The Qin does not feel shame using the Chu sword? Zhao Yi laughed maniacally. As he laughed, his small sword, so red it was almost black, curved in the air and sliced towards these small swords. With an enormous boom, black and red true fire appeared above his head. It was like an enormous cauldron in the air that caught these small swords and started to refine them. Pew 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 pew. Dozens of sounds rang out. The vast energies gathered by these dozens of small swords were all burned into the air and scattered by the waves of fire. At this time, Li Daozhou attacked. Dressed in iron armor, Li Daozhou was the true commander of Lien Bo's army. In these years of commanding the border army, the 2 swords on his back had been stained with the blood of countless experts. But at this time, this famous Qin general did not draw his sword, but pushed his palms forward. 2 hurricanes formed in front of him and pushed against Lien Bo. Lien Bo screamed and flew up. In the next moment, he became a black dot in the sky. At this moment, there was another black dot in the sky. It was his dark green greatsword. After the sword was sent flying, it did not fall. Instead, it flew high into the sky. At this moment, Lien Bo reached out and caught the sword. An ear-piercing shriek resounded in the air. The two black spots expanded rapidly in Zhao Yi's eyes. Zhao Yi's expression became extremely solemn. He could feel the qi of heaven and earth converging into the two black spots. His eyes narrowed. Then, he gripped his black greatsword with both hands and swung it upwards like a giant hammer. In the next moment, a ring-shaped airwave appeared around his body and exploded outwards. All of the flames around his body disappeared. Some of the pitch-black poplar trees, standing tall in the burning reeds, were instantly turned into sawdust and drifted outwards. Countless chunks of soil were sent flying in all directions by the terrifying shockwave. There was a huge pit on the shore. Through the dust, two figures gradually appeared at the bottom of the pit. Zhao Yi still gripped the black greatsword with both hands. The black greatsword was slightly bent. Before the Zhao sword furnace was destroyed, most of the cultivators of the Zhao sword furnace spent their entire lives forging. The sword nucleus of the Zhao sword furnace was recognized as the best in the world. Zhao Yi was the first disciple of the Zhao sword furnace. His sword nucleus was not something ordinary people could imagine. But now, his sword was bent. It could be seen what kind of power just now's attack contained. Lian Bo still held the sword in his right hand, but his entire arm was strangely twisted and hanging down. Blood seeped out of his mouth and his face was exceptionally pale. Clearly, in this attack, the bones in his right arm had been broken in many places. The world knows Zhao Si is strong, but I had not expected you to be so strong. Lian Bo held the sword with his left hand. He looked at where Bai Shanshui's figure had disappeared. Blood stopped flowing from his mouth, but as he spoke, the energy in his chest hissed. He looked hatefully at Zhao Yi and laughed harshly. Does the Zhao sword furnace feel it is worth it to use your life to exchange for Bai Shanshui's? Zhao Yi also sensed something at this time and slowly turned around. On the distant shore, a figure was walking over. That figure was extremely thin and tall, like a turret in Chongling. I was wondering who it was. I think it is only that traitor Xin Xian, and only a realm 7 like him who hides in the sewers and eats corpses like a rat would not attract too much attention and come here. Zhao Yi knew who the newcomer was. He also understood that Lian Bo was just trying to delay him. Under the combined efforts of these two people, he had no chance of victory. Yet his brow showed a feeling of growing stronger with each defeat, just like when Zhao Miao's life-bond sword had been destroyed. My fate is in my own hands, not the heavens. He said these words. As he said this, the extremely thin and tall figure in the distance, as tall as a turret, released a terrifying sword intent. The dark presence on his body suddenly dissipated. Light came down and plated his body with layers of gold like a demon or a saint. At the same time, there seemed to be an invisible bridge in the sky, or a gap in space. Ordinary cultivators would move large amounts of primal energies of the universe from far away that were suitable for them. But at this time, he did the opposite. He sent the sword energies formed from his own energy through this invisible bridge. The light above Zhao Yi's head grew brighter, so bright that Zhao Yi's body turned white as though he was about to melt. Zhao Yi had previously said, "My fate is in my own hands, not the heavens." He naturally knew where the true threat came from. But at this time, he did not care about the swords of light falling from the sky, and seriously attacked Lian Bo. After traveling the world with Zhao Miao these years, he had comprehended the principle of retreat. But the people of the Zhao sword furnace, even if they retreated, they would advance in order to retreat. The slightly curved sword smashed down again like a hammer. When a blacksmith struck, he had to smash everything with his hammer. The power of the hammer was the sublimation of the blacksmith's life. Many people couldn't imagine how a blacksmith could smash a hammer that far exceeded his own strength. This was the reason why many people couldn't imagine how a blacksmith could smash a hammer that far exceeded his own strength. A muffled sound. The deep hole continued to sink. Lien Bo's left arm, and even his body gave off the sound of bones cracking. Lien Bo roared. The hatred and obsession he had accumulated over the years allowed him to stand with incomparable strength. The ground beneath his feet split open and 2 streams of water gushed out, supporting his body and his sword. However, at this moment the small sword that was black to the point of being red also attacked. The black-red sword was like a small hammer used by an old master in a blacksmith's shop. It was only used to regulate the shape of the red iron that was being struck, but this hammer was the one that could determine the shape of the red iron. Lien Bo's inky green sword hit this small sword, but the inky green longsword in his hand vibrated. This shock wave spread to his body, shattering the primordial chi in his body. Lien Bo slumped to the ground. The powerful force pushed him backwards, and the curve of the bottom of the crater caused his body to slide backwards. When he left the crater, he was thrown upwards. Zhao Yi's figure did not stop and charged forward. He did not look at Lien Bo's figure because he had closed his eyes. The light coming down from the sky grew brighter. Sword energy like threads of light stabbed into his body. He gave a muffled grunt. All the vital energy in his energy sea turned into true fire and burned fiercely. These sword energies were burned away in his body. But at the same time, the energies in his body evaporated, and his body dried up. The tall and thin figure in the distance shouted in anger. The threads of light that stabbed into Zhao Yi's eyes grew brighter, and the light in the sky suddenly disappeared. The water in Zhao Yi's eyes evaporated. His veins dried up and broke, like they had turned into grains of sand. Zhao Yi's vision darkened. He knew that he would no longer be able to see any light or color. However, his withered face became even more tenacious. He swung the black greatsword in his hand backward. The large black sword howled in the wind, like an enormous stone thrown by a catapult, and fell towards the tall and thin figure in the distance. His body used the recoil of this blow to disappear into the plains on the river shore in a few leaps. Shen Xian reached forward and grabbed. With a metallic clang, his 5 fingers turned bronze as he gently grasped the tip of the black greatsword. Li Daozhou landed behind Lien Bo, and supported the falling Lien Bo with his hands. In this battle, Bai Shanshui was seriously injured, Zhao Yi's eyes were blinded, and he lost a sword, but even such a situation had not been able to kill these great rebels. At this time, this famous Qin dynasty general did not feel any joy, and his entire body trembled uncontrollably. Shen Xian did not communicate with Lien Bo and his 2 remaining subordinates. He held Zhao Yi's large sword and turned to look in the direction of Chongling's imperial city. The crisscrossing streets of Chongling looked like a square chessboard in his eyes. Even if these great rebels had managed to escape this battle, they had all lost their feathers. But in the following long period of time, these great rebels could only fight for a chance to live. The Yuanwu Emperor had achieved what he wanted. The Deer Mountain Conference was completely peaceful. In the hustle and bustle, the cultivators above the 7th realm were like chess pieces. Could sword arts be stronger than mental arts? Chapter 164. The bright moon rose from the tide, and the spring river connected to the sea. When the moon was high in the sky, the Yuanwu Emperor, who liked to wear cloth robes in the Qin dynasty's imperial palace, walked out of the imperial study and stepped onto the stargazing platform. Seeing the stargazing historian record, a demon star fell into the Wei River, deep red, fearing inauspiciousness. He picked up his brush and changed it. Yuanwu Year 12 Spring, a lucky star comes to court, auspicious signs come from the heavens, and everything is appropriate. The moon was not full, and only lacked a corner. But as he stood with his hands behind his back and looked at the moon, he had a satisfied expression. How could there be complete perfection in the world? How could there be perfection? Even if those great rebels had not been killed, even if someone wanted to use the situation to kill Fu Su, he had achieved what he needed. From the beginning to the end of the Deer Mountain Conference, Chongling would be completely peaceful, and the Qin dynasty would advance steadily. As to those pawns, sometimes, the pawns were only valuable if they were alive. The strongest emperor was not unparalleled in killing, but could play an unparalleled game. Different ideas meant different realms. What he cared about was not the moves of ordinary cultivators, or the victories and losses, but the entire world. At the same time, a caravan that looked like a merchant caravan was traveling on the official road. In this caravan that was 2 days away from Chongling, Li Lingjun, whose hair had been dyed black by medicine, was looking at the moon with a missing corner through the curtain. Li Lingjun's establishment in Chongling looked no different than usual. Even his study was lit, but no one knew that he had officially stepped onto the path to return home. Fish Market, on the other hand, was bustling with activity. Many people swayed under the canopies like ghosts. The hunchbacked old man holding the black bamboo staff looked at the red-robed woman sitting in front of the zither with a calm expression. He pleaded, "Eldest miss, you must leave Chongling. This is not just your idea. The uncles in court also have the same idea, right?" The red-robed woman looked at him and asked softly. The hunchbacked old man nodded and said, "The reason we are able to stay in Chongling is because the Yuanwu Emperor knows that we stand aloof from worldly affairs and only ask for a place to stay. But since he has moved against us, this means he wants Fish Market to change. This time, it's just a reminder for the sake of those uncles in the imperial court." The red-robed woman nodded and sighed. She said softly, "Even so, I was born in Chongling. Even if I die, I will stay in Chongling to see things clearly. If Yi Siling does not leave, how can I leave?" The hunchbacked old man's eyes darkened slightly, and he wanted to say something to persuade him. Yet the woman in red said softly, "Other people do not know, but we immediately checked Song Shinshu's body that day. It should be the 9-death silkworm. Fourth, Mr. Zhao's sword is broken, and Bai Shanshui is seriously injured. Even if the two of them can escape, the Yuanwu Emperor will be able to do as he wishes at the Deer Mountain Conference and will not care about an orphan like me." The hunchbacked old man took a deep breath and finally stopped talking. Fang Xiumu was also looking at the moon. He was standing on the rock in the river where Zhao Si had stood and Yi Siling had sat. In the river water before his eyes, the moon that was missing a corner and not very complete was reflected. In his mind there was also an incomplete moon. The river water slammed against the rock under his feet and created thousands of waves. While he had not fallen into this situation and had not been able to see the astounding battle that had occurred here with his own eyes, he could imagine the scene of the battle just from some of the minute traces and the minute changes in the primal energies of the universe. Meteors and fire fell from the sky, the river water was cut off, the sky one water shattered the cold pool in the end. The scene that was fixed in his mind was Yi Siling walking tiredly to this place and sitting on the rock under his feet. Why could Bai Shanshui and Zhao Yi act so freely and fight? Why did Yi Siling dare to appear in front of these two people? Why did he stay in Chongling? He looked at the incomplete moon swaying in the river water and felt that compared to these people, he was missing something important. Previously, the holy will could not be disobeyed. His breakthrough had been lacking a bit of spring. At this time, sensing the presence left behind by these 3 wonderful women, he started to have an epiphany. Whether he could find the missing bit or not depended entirely on himself. What he lacked was not maturity, but restraint and boldness. "Take off your clothes and go." Suddenly, a Buddhist hymn sounded in his mind. The worry in his brow immediately disappeared. An indescribable joyful smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. He took off all the clothes on his body and jumped into the river barefoot. In the black river water, He laughed as the water washed his body and moved further and further away from Chongling. This was the strongest sword essence he had formed so far. It cut off all his ties to Fang Ho Province, Chongling, the imperial palace, and this dynasty. On this night, some people stayed and some left. In the grand scheme of the most powerful Qin emperor in history on the star observation platform, the first accident finally occurred. Fang Xiumu did not become a powerful sword. He took to the Deer Mountain Conference, and chose to leave. Baiting Bai Shanshui into Fish Market, Zhao Si and Bai Shanshui fought. If Zhao Si wanted to take revenge for Zhao Zhan, Lian Bo, Shun Xian and the others would have set up an ambush. Zhao Si and Bai Shanshui and even Zhao Yi would have died. Such a grand move. In the wine shop of Falling Parasol, Ding Ning was not looking at the moon, but at Zhangsun Qianshue's face that was even prettier than the full moon. Shen Yi was an important person in Guanzhong and naturally had many sources of information. Two-level tower had many ways of gathering information. Fish Market was not far from Falling Parasol, and Zhangsun Qianxue had sensed many presences. So this astounding situation gradually became clear in Ding Ning's mind. There is the presence of the Tin Mountain Sword Box. Zhangsun Qianxue did not need to think to know that her killing Fan Zhua had coincidentally ignited the fuse of this situation. She frowned slightly and said, "This is the seal soldier Li Lingjun used to settle down. It has almost realm's 7-second class power. What benefits did the Yuanwu Emperor promise him for him to hand over this item?" Ding Ning sneered and said, "Of course, to allow him to return to Chu." Zhangsun Qianxue said, "Will the price be too great?" Ding Ning glanced at her and said, "There are many people in the Chu dynasty who do not want him to return. The price to ensure his safe return to Chu is not great." Zhangsun Qianxue frowned and said, "I am not saying that the price he gave is too great. I am saying that the Tin Mountain Sword Box in exchange for returning to Chu, the price the Qin dynasty gave is too great. You feel that Li Lingjun is outstanding, and fear that the enemy country after the Qin dynasty will have another young and powerful emperor?" Ding Ning coldly shook his head. In terms of scheming, Li Lingjun and Zheng Xiu are far from each other. Since Zheng Xiu has him return, it means that she never thought that Li Lingjun was a match for her. Or rather, she had absolute control over this matter. In the battle of the 3rd year of Yuanwu, 200,000 of our army were killed, countless chariots were lost, and Yangshan commandery was cut off. One sun for 600 miles, this is a great humiliation. So watch carefully. In this Deer Mountain Conference, the Yuanwu Emperor's primary target is the Chu dynasty. After this Deer Mountain Conference, if nothing unexpected happens, Yangshan commandery will be returned. In the future, if we want to destroy enemy countries, the first to be destroyed will be the Chu dynasty." After a pause, Ding Ning sneered and said, "Compared to killing Bai Shanshui and Zhao Si, having Li Lingjun return to Chu is the most important matter in this situation. Li Lingjun is outstanding, but he has stayed in Chongling for too long. After staying in Chongling for too long, everyone knows too much about him." Zhangsun Qianshue's expression grew more displeased. She did not like complicated matters, and she disliked people with complicated minds even more. Also, she had never liked Zheng Xiu. "I remember that child's presence." A rare hint of coldness flowed through her eyes as she said slowly. The words were sudden, but Ding Ning completely understood. He was silent for a moment and said, "I know he should be Fu Su." "Who wants to kill him?" she asked after a moment of silence. "Someone wants to use this situation to kill Fu Su. People who can do something like this will not be ordinary nobility. But the 2 ministers? The nobility behind the other imperial princes, and even Zheng Xiu, are possible." Ding Ning shook his head and looked at her. He said, "The fights in the court are the most complicated, just like the fights between wives and concubines of rich families, Zhang Sun Qianxue frowned and said in a cold voice, Jing Xiu is also possible? Why would she want to kill her son? Maybe it is just for show. Even if I do not attack with my full power, she will be prepared? Ding Ning said coldly, maybe it is another trap to make people feel that someone else is plotting this. This kind of palace fight was too complicated. Zhang Sun Qianxue finally lost interest in thinking. She closed her eyes and started to cultivate. Yet, she was like the moon missing a corner, unable to reach perfection. She could not calm her mind and look inside. She opened her eyes again and looked at Ding Ning. She asked, is he that person's son? Ding Ning looked at her eyes and shook his head with certainty. No. Zhang Sun Qianxue did not say anything else and closed her eyes. For some reason, the frost on her face was thicker than usual. Ding Ning also closed his eyes. At the same time, he thought inside, but maybe I can make the Emperor feel that he is. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.